What's going on, everybody? Welcome to a impromptu, logical, plausible, probable. Where everybody's bouncing over from the one and only S.J. Thompson's channel, where they were initially having a conversation about free will. Then, like so many streams on YouTube, went off on different topics, different discussion points, and then as we were kind of wrapping up over there, I said, "Hey, who wants to come on over and we can discuss free will over here on my channel if y'all want to?" Multiple people said yes. I don't know where the heck they're at. We'll see if they end up joining. We got the one and only Sal Cordova's with us, and I guess we'll have a little conversation about some free will, and who knows where this one might go. You never know. On my channel, you always get some fun types of conversation, and usually ends up being mildly entertaining. Before we get going, we're ready for the folks to hop in. As I tell folks, we've been doing some different things here on the channel, getting different stuff kind of lined up for making some big moves here in 2021. And one of the things we launched recently was the Conversation Starter Spring Collection of t-shirts that are designed to both initiate conversation as well as potentially trigger some Evo atheists who don't want to look at reality or actually go dive down the proverbial rabbit holes to find out if their preconceptions about evolution are 100% valid. So the link is in the description if you want to head over there. And Teespring charges a ridiculous amount of money. So put in the code LPP30 and you get 30% off of any of the shirts, sweatshirts, etc. If you decide to get something. All that done. Sal, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Thanks for hosting these streams. It's always great to fellowship with my friends. And I feel very privileged to be the only one here with the one and only LPP.
Well, I think some people may be contemplating whether or not they want to join after my accusation of being a gaslighter was initiated by Nathan over there, but I'll address that in a moment. Ronan has joined us. Ronan, I think have you been on my stream before, or have you? I know you joined us over from SJ's. Have you been on any of my streams, or is this your first one?
I've been on your streams twice.
Twice, okay. But it's been a while though since last time you were on.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Well, yeah. Actually, did you come on one of the the after show debate after shows one time?
No, I don't recall. I do not recall.
Okay. Well, welcome to the stream, man. What's going on, and anything you want to start the conversation with?
Well, the concept of free will. I would like to categorize free will as figurative or literal, right? Figuratively speaking, yeah, I can agree. Yeah, we have free will, but not literally, because we're bound by nature.
So you think we have free will up to a certain point, and then everything else after that is deterministic, or what is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, okay. I like to say that God is of the mind. The reality is the now, and in the now, there is no free will, because I can't choose to stop eating, for example, or stop breathing. Right? It's literal, literal. Right? Yeah, I can't change those parameters. But in my mind, right, or in someone's mind, they could decide to go to God or not, for example. Okay, that's figurative.
What is suicide, though? You just said you can't stop breathing or whatever, but you can commit suicide, right?
Well, yeah, but again, that's literal, not figurative, because the mind can do literal things. I can think of different options in terms of buying something. Yes. Okay, that's just in my mind. That's figurative thought. Like, do I like this car or that car, this color or that color? But then it turns to literal when I make the physical, in reality, motion to purchase the car.
So are you saying that something isn't real until it is, like, action is taken in the physical world?
Right. Yeah. Clearly, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
So your thoughts aren't real?
No, they're not until I take action, like saying something, like sharing with you now, or doing something, again, like riding my bicycle, right? That's two different things, and I see them as two different things. I
So,
have no issue
so
with. Go ahead, please.
well, I just wanted to question. So are thoughts physical things, or are these abstract, or what are they to you?
Veckel, you weren't coming through very well, man. It was like like echoey and kind of muffled. Can you say that again?
Oh, okay. How about now? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, way better, way better.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering, does Ronan, do you believe that thoughts are like tangible, physical things, or are they something that are just abstract?
No, they're not. They're not physical thing. A thought, it's just like all these neurons, putting things together. That's a thought, right? Again, until I take a physical action, breathing, for example, it's not real. That's basically it. The difference between the mind, a God, for example, and reality, the now. I have no issue with that. It's two different things.
That doesn't make any sense to me, but
Okay, in the other chat, right, there were people claim that God is real. And I said, well, if you want to make $1 million right now, you can prove God real to the Nobel Society, and you get $1 million. Plus, if you prove God real to the Randy Foundation, you get another $1 million. So where's your money? Again, that's from your mind to reality. Now, in reality, this is what reality needs, right? Evidence. You don't have it. And again, I have no
Okay,
issue.
so Ronan, do you think that like, I mean, if you're going to go down the rabbit hole, where's the money? How do you think we exist right now?
Well, and real quick, I'd just like to point out that the Nobel group did give Barack Obama a Nobel Peace Prize literally for existing before he proceeded to bomb 2 different countries. So the Nobel group doesn't mean anything at all.
Well, I think that was
Exactly.
I think that was more or less the anticipatory factor, noting that racism is a real thing in America, and the fact that they studied the man, his background, and they anticipated him doing well, and he did. There's not one person
anticipating him doing well
in the Obama administration that was indicted, convicted, or imprisoned.
Hey, so
How is that
Ronan,
for a
where
fact?
do you live?
Well, that doesn't have anything
I
to do
live
with
in
peace,
South-
though. I mean,
I
he
live
started
in
wars.
South
Like, he's a warmonger for sure. But that's the point was just there that the Nobel Prize was ridiculous, right? Not to get into Obama himself, but just to say that, like, he didn't earn that prize. And if we look at what happened in his administration, it doesn't look like that happened either, right? So in other words, the Nobel Prize itself, it's just a bunch of guys voting on a thing. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really mean anything.
Well, put it this way: that group in the World Society decided something and awarded someone. Okay, whether we agree or disagree, okay. I mean, that's what happened.
Well, that's fair. I mean, like, I'm not.
Could we
CJ,
get back to the free will conversation, please?
We'll go down that rabbit hole in a second. Before we do that, Jimmy, welcome to the stream. I think this is your first time on my channel, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, welcome to the streamer. I assume you're wanting to also discuss free will.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. And CJ, I know you already talked. Actually, you've talked to me for a second. P Mars, what's up, man? Are you welcome to the stream? What's on your mind?
I think the Bible supports free will, I suppose. That's my opinion. I think
I would have to agree with that. Yeah. All right. So real quick, and we'll start. I think Sal stepped away. We'll just give me short answers.
I did have a comment on the Nobel Prize thing real quick.
Hang on, P Mars. We'll get back to that in a second. Since we're talking about free will, we're going to kind of get this started in a structured manner. So, Sal, do you believe in libertarian free will? Yes or no?
Yes.
Ronan?
I don't understand what you mean by libertarian. Is political? That's political label, so I don't really understand.
It just means free will, basically.
No, again, to me, I categorize it as literal or figurative. So, which we're talking. Okay, I'm just going to presume, for the sake of the discussion here, because it's God, it's of the mind, that it's figuratively speaking. Okay, so that way I'm not confused.
Okay, no idea what you're saying. Okay, Jimmy.
Oh man, it's such a tough question. I mean, it appears that we have free will. I act under the assumption that we do,
All right.
to the best of my knowledge, but I could be wrong.
Okay. CJ? CJ, you're on mute.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. I would take a compatibilist view.
Okay, so that's a no to libertarian?
Yeah, so no.
Okay. Veckel?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. More of a compatibilist. Yeah.
All right. P. Mars?
I'd be a libertarian free will.
All right, I'm libertarian free will. And Veckel or CJ, one of y'all want to clarify to the audience what you mean by compatibilist versus libertarian?
Yeah, so what I mean by compatibilist is that there is a level of free moral agency in human beings that allows us to choose like the paths we want to live and things like that, at least in our own time frame, meaning that, like, obviously is separated from God's eternal nature. But at the same time, logically speaking, if God is the creator of all things, then it's sort of like an author writing, right? The things have to come from his pen. And there's a difference. The way I always point it out is there's a difference between his book and our books, in that his characters are real and his story exists. It's reality, and it's the story of what actually is. And so that does allow some different dynamics, for example, creatures which actually are deciding things. But in the end, I do think that it's just a logical incompatibility to say that there's something within the author's story that does not come from the author's pen. You know what I mean?
Okay. And Veckel, do you agree or disagree with that, or have modifications to that interpretation?
Yeah, I most certainly agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, we definitely, there's no argument, according to scripture anyway, that we see examples of people disobeying God putting out commands, and man having the capacity to disobey God and God reacting to it. So, yeah, so I definitely, but at the same time, again, as CJ put it, all things work to the glory of God. So it's not that God is caught off guard or God didn't see what was going to happen, but he works all things to his favor, according to what we see in Romans chapter 8 and the example expressed in Genesis chapter 50.
All right. And Jamie, welcome to the stream, man. Are you which type of free will advocate are you, or do you reject it? Are you a deterministic?
I'm a libtard.
Closed-minded. Libertarian free will? Okay.
Can I just say one thing?
Jamie said he's a libtard.
I meant libertarian. I'm sorry. If God's working things out for good, that seems to imply to me that maybe there's something to libertarian free will. I'll just say that.
Well, the Bible says if we choose to reject him, he'll use like our evil to serve his will in the end, or whatever. Like, I think that's said in Exodus. Like he uses Pharaoh's evil to serve his purpose in the end.
Oh, you're talking about Exodus 9. Yeah.
Does you think that working it out, though, for all things work for good? Does that seem to imply? I mean, I could be wrong here, and I try to see both sides here on this. To some people's chagrin who agree with me on libertarian free will, but doesn't that kind of indicate that there's something that God's allowing to not be a direct result of his decree, if he's working it out for good? Or do you guys kind of read that differently? I don't know.
Well, I would read it differently, and to kind of show you why, let me kind of give an analogy, right? So first off, let me tell you what my analogy is meant to prove, and then let me show the analogy to see if I can prove it. To me, working all things out to good implies that there's a plan and was a plan from the beginning. And to give an example, Kent Hovind very often has the example that he would say back in his lectures of, and I don't even know if he's free will or determinist or what he is, but of biscuits. Right.
Free will.
Flour is obviously not very good, and oil is obviously not very good, and Crisco is obviously not very good. But if you put them all together, or if you use them all in a plan, right, to put it another way, you have biscuits. And in the end result being biscuits, which you planned from the beginning, is a good thing, even though it was a collection of things that maybe aren't actually that good. I would see this verse sort of indicating the same thing, where it's like, all these things are here and they appear to be bad by themselves, but the reason they actually get to a good place is because there was a plan, not in the middle, right, dealing with this just sort of ad hoc, but from the beginning. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I actually agree with you. I do think God, in some sense, it gets into the whole the different natures of the different wills God may have, like his decretive will as opposed to his his I forget the other one off the top of my head at the moment. But yeah, I think
His permissive will, maybe.
I do think in some sense God knew ahead of time. Does that necessitate that I'm determinist? I don't know. I'm not sure on that. It's kind of a hard question. Like God knew for sure.
And
I would think if you're a determinist, I'm sorry, go ahead.
My apologies. I'll be quick. I think it would necessitate a small level of determinism, and just to briefly use the biscuit example again, right? All of the ingredients are there for a specific purpose. If you're missing one or adding another, you don't have the same end product, right? In other words, the plan has to be not only from the beginning, but predetermined. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just at the end of the day, so to speak, I would just say yes. I do affirm those things like you were saying, but I think it still kind of comes back to the question of like, does God want to ideally use the things that are bad, and are those things there because of humans? Because God determined to give humans the ability to mess things up, but he saw that. So I hear you, and I actually agree with you, I guess, and that's why I say I think the distinctions between the different views here is kind of like what you want to emphasize about God, like his, whatever. I won't go into that, but
Ronan, you want to talk? I'm right here, man. What do you got?
Oh, you're the Tony Maurice.
Yeah, we've had talks before. We all know you're.
No, you made a statement. You made a statement that science cannot prove abiogenesis, and I said true. But God created everything from nothing, and that would be abiogenesis. Now, I don't see where you have issue with that. Go ahead.
You're actually the one that believes everything came from nothing, and then you have to redefine what nothing is.
I just said I agreed with you.
Okay,
science doesn't know that yet. I agree with you. However, God created everything from nothing, and that would be abiogenesis.
No, it would not. God creating life would be an intelligent agent doing it. It wouldn't happen on its own. There's a big difference.
So it would be, in other words, you would have a biogenesis. He would be creating out of nothing, but he is creating out of nothing, and that he means it's not
intelligence. Intelligence would be involved. You believe it happened all on its own.
No, you're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting me. You're telling me what I'm thinking. I didn't say that in the text chat. And you're just, I guess, miffed.
Okay, so how do you believe abiogenesis happened?
One second.
You're intimidated or threatened?
I don't know for a second. So, Ronan, quick question. Did Nathan accusing me of gaslighting in SJ's channel inspire you to use gaslighting as a word?
Oh, no.
That's what it sounds like.
Excuse me. No, the 2 or 3 times. I think it was 3 now that I recall.
Ronan, I'm being sincere. I'm joking at the expense of Nathan right now.
Excuse me. The 2 or 3 times that I was in your hangout, Smokey Saint was there, and I was chatting with you all, and I was making the points like I'm making now. And then you mute me, remove me from the panel, put me back, and then decide what I was saying. That is gaslighting. Okay. And I didn't want to bring that up because guess what? You're going to probably mute me now, ban me, delete me, whatever, because obviously you don't want to face the facts.
Okay.
No, you were gaslighting me.
Ronan. Yeah, everybody be quiet. Ronan, what did you just accuse me of doing?
Gaslighting. Again,
bro, you're talking to the host of the channel right now.
Well, yeah, and I figured you would be reasonable.
So are you okay? I'm not Tony. I'm John. So what did you just accuse me of doing? Was this on my channel?
When I was in your panels way back when I was
Okay.
there.
And would you not shut the hell up? Is that what was going on?
No, I was making a point, and you muted me because you
He doesn't
didn't
shut up.
agree with the facts that I was sharing.
Oh, really? Okay, so
Yeah.
just like I'm gonna do with Nathan, if you're gonna go down this rabbit hole, and make accusations, you better be able to back up your BS. Okay. So which stream was this? What was the which stream was it? Let's
I
pull
don't
it up.
recall. It was
Let's pull it up because everybody knows who watches my streams. It is very, very, very rare that I kick anybody out, and it's very, very rare that I mute people, and I don't allow people to make their case. So let's back up your bovine scatology right now. When was this? Which? What was the conversation about?
I don't recall either question. I don't
So
recall.
you're making something up right now. You're
No,
making
see,
it.
you're gaslighting. That's gaslighting. I wasn't making
You would
things
just
up.
you would just use the term gaslighting against Tony. Okay, I started making a joke about it. You then proceeded to be a dick and start making additional accusations towards me. I'm insisting that you back him up, just like I insisted with Nathan. He backed his up. Oh wait, but before I did that, I went and found the stream. I rewound the stream on SJ's channel, watched it, and then came back and called him out. So if you're going to make accusations towards me when I was making a joke about this overall, when we're having a normal conversation, and now you're going to start making accusations against me, why don't you go back it up?
So you were making joke? You're not serious about anything? Is that it? I don't know when you're joking or not joking. I don't know you that well.
Okay, so
you know,
I literally said, "Hey, everybody, time out." With a chuckle, I made a joke about the term Nathan using. Were you not paying attention on SJ's channel like 45 minutes ago?
Well, I
And
wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention to the conversation. I was having a chat stream conversation.
Okay,
I
awesome.
can't multitask like you can. I can't do that. You know?
Okay, I'm sorry. You were watching a stream and you didn't notice the whole thing and the additional conversation in the side chat about the topic. Okay, whatever. Either way, I was making a joke. Then you decided to make accusations against me, and supposedly what I did in an unjustified manner in I'm guessing probably an after show. So again, if you're going to make accusations against me, go find it and let's watch it, and we'll see if there was any reason that I probably had if I did actually do what you're claiming. To have done so. So until then, so you can back up your crap, don't make accusations. Now let's get back to the conversation on free will. It's amazing.
Yeah, Ronan just likes to stir things up. That's all he does.
Again, if God created everything, the word would be abiogenesis because
that would be an intelligent agent. Ronan, that would be an intelligent agent is involved. By the way, there's a $10 million prize for abiogenesis. So why don't you prove that?
Well, I don't have enough background science knowledge to do that.
Well,
Again,
nobody can pull it off. Nobody can pull it off. So.
All right, guys. Let's calm down this one. We're just going to let's move on. And we'll.
Wait, I have the definition real quick. If you want me to read it, unless you want to move on, it's up to you.
Are you talking about gaslighting?
No, no, abiogenesis.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I just found a quick something on Google. It says the original evolution of life or living organisms from inorganic or inanimate substances. Okay, so
no intelligent agent involved in any of that?
Yeah, here's another one from Wikipedia. Let's see. I'm not going to read the whole thing, obviously, but in evolutionary biology, abiogenesis is informally the origin of life, or abiogenesis, or informally the origin of life is the natural process by which life has arisen from non-living matter, such as simple organic compounds. Okay, and there's much more, but doesn't say anything about anything living or sentient.
Or intelligent involved. Right, exactly.
Well, organic compounds basically, meld together and over time, adjust to the environment.
Ronan, dude, don't go down this road.
Do you have a science?
Don't go down this road with Sal and Maddox, dude. You're just going to embarrass yourself.
Do you have a background in science? I mean, I've studied. I'm not a scientist, but I've studied science, and you just stated. You just stated it right. It's right there, and you're saying it's not. So, I just wondered if you had any background in science. So yes or
I
no?
have some. I'm not an origin of life chemist, but what are you?
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What did you really solve there, Ronan?
Pardon?
What is it that you're trying to solve with the origin of life? Because you already said there's no evidence, there's no examples.
No, I said.
So what
God,
argument do you have?
I said God proved abiogenesis by creating something.
No, you just heard two definitions that had no intelligent minds involved.
Again, if you reread the definition, it does not
He
say.
just read it to you twice.
No.
It said purely natural processes.
No.
You want to read it again?
No. It is a natural process, but it has not been verified. It's not been tested.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, yeah. Well, the same thing.
Are you dumb, dude?
Well, with the same thing with God, you can't prove God real.
Oh, so you have a belief? Okay, so then you have a belief just like us. Wow, good point.
Everybody has a belief. Everybody has a belief.
So atheists have beliefs. Wait, whoa, so atheists have beliefs.
No, whether it's literal or figurative, that's the two different things. That's the fork in the road, if you will. Okay, I can believe something, science, and that would be literal. Okay,
right.
Okay, I can believe in God, and that would be figurative.
Is a moron.
Okay, so we're gonna
accept that.
All right,
I don't want to change.
Okay, so we're gonna move on now. So
move on, please. Thank you.
Let's get back to free will. So in the context of one of the ongoing supposed dismissals for free will is brainwave activity. Even though there's some pretty significant issues that have started to arise with when they finally started to revamp and redo some of the experiments that supposedly had completely debunked free will. So what do you guys think? Is there in terms of the actualization of thought and then what we actually see in terms of brainwave activity, do you think, does anybody think that I want to talk about how that might be a component of free will that we're not actually able to measure necessarily?
I don't think that those experiments will settle the issue. I did point out that we had this discussion, free will or determinism. I actually think there's free will and determinism. Free will and determinism. Reality has definitely suggestions of determinism. The question is there free will kind of mixed in there? In mathematics, we have lots of determinism when we're doing finite summations of numbers. But once we get to infinite summations of numbers, and I provided a link for the Riemann series theorem, free will determines the way what that sum is. It's really kind of magical because you would normally think 2 plus 2 is a finite number of operations and it equals 4. But once you have an infinite number of numbers that you're adding up, depending on what the series is, it could be whatever you want. That is kind of unsettling, and it's a famous theorem by Riemann. So I provided a link to it, the Riemann rearrangement or the Riemann series theorem. So that's an example where free will actually even appears in mathematics. So to the extent that physics parallels what we see in math, that it's reasonable to say it fits. And then the reason I said that the neuroscience stuff, I don't think that's deep enough to determine if there's free will. I think the Bell's theorem in quantum mechanics says, okay, the way you choose what to observe determines. So there's a mix of determinism and free will, and we see it at the root of quantum mechanics.
Well, see, I would agree with you on that, Sal. That's the way I lean too. And what I was talking about was more that the free will, the context in which you were describing determinism, is a outcome of the free will action.
There is an ultimate free will, which is God's will.
Right.
But then he can grant people degrees of freedom in what they choose. I mean, there are times he'll set up a situation where you can't choose anything you want. You might have to.
So
there might be limited choices.
The point you were making about Bell's theorem too, the that's been accounted for in some of the experiments. And the conclusion was, the observer measurement problem doesn't go, or the conscious observer doesn't go away.
I don't understand how it's a matter.
One of the constraints, though, in free will is if you have a number of individuals or agents with free will, obviously there's going to be competition. So collectively, they can constrain each other's behavior. Like, if someone is offering a menu, they have the free will to design the menu. But then you have then the customers have limited choices, but they still have choices. And I'm just trying to illustrate that there are levels of free will. And
well, I think there's a distinction
the
between
degrees
free
that
will.
what degrees of freedom are allowed ultimately proceed from God, and then et cetera.
I think there's a distinction between freedom of choice and freedom of will, right? To say that you're free in doing something just means that you could have done otherwise. That's typically there was people like Frankfurt that didn't accept that, but Harry Frankfurt. But if you go in a grocery store and there's only 5 brands of cereal and you wanted another brand, it's not like your free will has been violated. It's not like you don't have free will. Your just choices have been limited, and that's where I take the distinction to be. There's the choices that you have available, and then there's your desire, your will, whether that's free. But it seems like what you said, Sal, sounds like compatibilism, but at the same time, it doesn't. So, do you think?
That's what I was saying too.
I'm kind of confused. Are you saying that determinism, which is the view that everything that begins, or for every event, you have some set of antecedent conditions that explain that event, whether that be will, desire, action, behavior, whatever, and do you think that's compatible with free will?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. And
yeah,
let me explain my viewpoint. There is determinism, and I gave an example like 2 + 2 = 4 in the real number system. But also in the real number system, you have situations where you have an infinite series, and whichever way you choose to perceive it, it'll add up different. That's a very strange theorem. I provided the link. You can look at it. So even an atheist mathematician said this is why he studied mathematics. This was different than the way we ordinarily understand reality. So I'm saying there is determinism plus free will. And even physicist Paul Davies said, there's determinism plus free will. So what are deterministic systems? There's certain chemical reactions that we expect will have very predictable outcomes. And then there are things in the universe that we cannot predict. We have it even in the fundamentals of quantum mechanics. We call it Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You cannot determine in advance, even if you have all the possible data, what the outcome's going to be. It's like reality has a little bit of degree of capriciousness.
Well, so can I ask a question about that? Because I could just be, I'm not a mathematician or a scientist, so I could just be confused, and that's fine. But I'm looking at this Riemann series theorem, and it doesn't look like it makes any sense, honestly. So it says, as an example, the series 1 - 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/2 plus 1/3, 1 - 1 plus 1/2 minus 1/2 plus 1/3 minus 1/3 plus converges to 0. That makes perfect sense, right? Because each of the numbers cancel out. All right, I'm with you. But replacing all terms with their absolute values gives 1 + 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 plus, which sums to infinity. But I don't understand how that sums to infinity at all. That, in fact, I can figure out that sums to 3 2/3. It's not that complicated. So, like, what's the? I could just be confused. I don't understand how this.
So the theorem says. Let me see. The statement of the theorem. Suppose that we have all these is a sequence of real numbers, and that this series is what they call conditionally convergent. That's an additional detail. We don't need to go there, but if you could see it there, it says M is a real number. We can make we can rearrange the numbers in any way, in some way that it can make any number we wish. Now, so like if you add 2 plus 3, it's always equal to 5. Or you could say 3 plus 2 equals 5. When you have a finite number of numbers, it doesn't matter how you rearrange it. You're going to get the same outcome. The thing is if you have a series of numbers that have Riemann's property that he called conditionally convergent, depending on how you rearrange the numbers, you'll get a different sum. And you can even do that with the Grandi series. It's a little bit unsettling that once you go to the realm of the infinite, everything's very different in mathematics. Things just don't make sense. In what applies in the infinite realm, you can't extrapolate what happens in the finite realm. That's the difference. And that's been kind of unsettling, but also exciting. Because once there's infinity, so many things are possible that you wouldn't even dream of. And so like, if I say 2 plus 3 equals 5, then you could say 3 plus 2 equals 5. But you only have a finite number of additions. Once you have an infinite number of additions plus this additional property, then it's whatever way you choose.
Well, I think
will affect the sum, and that's what made it really a weird theorem, and that's why it's not completely unreasonable to see then that we may see behavior like that in physics if physics is mathematically described.
But determinism has to do with events, right? There are no mathematical events, right? Mathematical truths are abstract, right? So the doctrine of determinism has to do with cause and effect, whereas mathematics have to do with non-causal explanation. So like if I say A is B, B is C, that explains the conclusion A is C, but not causally.
Well, I throw that out there. I think it's relevant. I mean, just something to chew on, because if we think that this causes that, this is an example in mathematics where the way you observe it causes what the outcome is. And that's very similar to what we see in quantum mechanics. The way you choose to observe something is what it is, which is a little bit unsettling, because there's these degrees of freedom where the way you choose to perceive something is what makes it. And that has always been, unsettling, but also exciting. And so I'm just saying, if we go away from the philosophical, but just go math and physics, we see a reconciliation where we can have a universe that has both determinism and some degrees of free will, not complete degrees.
Yeah, I mean, I myself am a compatibilist. I've come to a similar conclusion, although
But I don't think it's compatibilism. I'm saying they both exist. Compatibilism is the way I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's just an illusion. The free will is an illusion. I'm saying I don't believe that.
No, I don't believe that either. No, compatibilism is just the view that we have free will and we're also determined.
I'm not seeing it used that way by Jerry Coyne. Maybe there's different views of what that meaning is. That's why I don't like all these these definitional, these extra terms. I try to be a minimalist in terms of conceptions, because once you throw out a definition, people will start having different definitions.
I don't throw out the definitions for no reason. I think that the part of the terms is to understand what you're saying. And because I'm not confident that I have understood you. And that could be I could take the fault for that. But I'm just asking, I asked, right? Is it your view that when we make a choice, that there's nothing wrong with saying that choice was determined? It was still a free choice.
Well, and I'll be honest, and I
have a problem with that
on math, but I don't get this theorem at all. That could be my fault, but I'm just my brain is
not really
working on it. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe I'll have to do something on my channel, and once we work through some examples, it'll start to make sense. Just suffice to say, what happens when you're doing just a finite number of additions, like say with an adding machine. Mm-hmm. When you have an infinite number of additions, it's very different. And that's the difference between thinking what they call finitistically versus non-finitistically. Things change once you go to the infinite realm. It's so many intuitions are just different, and it's also kind of beautiful because possibilities start to open up that you wouldn't think. And yeah, you can almost create something from nothing, even in mathematics, because of this. It's amazing. And to the extent that our reality, we often think that there's the feeling that what we find in mathematics, we would expect that sometimes it will express itself in our physical universe. And so that's why I believe in free will.
I will definitely check that out if you do that, because I'm intrigued by this, because I know I don't get it and I would like to get it. You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you. I'll put that on my list of viewer comments and ideas for future shows. I have about 20 or 30 ideas now that I need to fill out. But thank you very much for your interest. And by the way,
absolutely.
First time I think we've ever met, CJ.
Yeah, I think that's true, actually. Thank you.
I like CJ. He's one of my favorite Christians on YouTube.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot, actually. So anyways, anybody else have a comment on that? I think it's, while we're on this particular point of the conversation, I'll have to retract for a little bit just because I think I'll have to wait for further information.
Well, we were talking about free will on your channel, right? And I think you were leaning towards compatibilism yourself, right?
Yeah, so I actually would take the position that it would be compatibilist, but like the way I describe it, I actually described it a little bit earlier here, is I feel like it's almost like you have stories that are written in whatever facet they are, right? And you could ask the question, and it's an interesting it's a fun question, but of course it's a little weird, but you could ask the question, so could, insert fictional character here, Luke Skywalker, Captain America, whatever, right? Could this person within the universe of the story have chosen to do other than that which they did? And the answer is usually going to be yes, unless the story has some level of destiny worked into their mythology, right? Because that's just sort of the way narrative works, right? We expect that, in other words, if we didn't have the fight, if you will, between the will and the goodwill and the bad will that was within the Skywalker family, this whole narrative is ruined, right? But in reality, the answer is no, because they're fictional characters. They don't actually have any true way to make decisions, right? All of those decisions are made by whoever the writer happens to be. So it seems to me that the difference there then that causes a lack of free will isn't necessarily the authorship as much as it is the fact that they're fictional. And if there was a, quote, author who could create reality, I could see it being possible, even if I don't know how it's possible, that he could create a reality where he is determining by his, quote, unquote, pen, so to speak. But also his creations do have a level of legitimate free will. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I really do like your book analogy. I think also the book analogy is a good way of explaining the way of resolving the tension between God's foreknowledge and human freedom. The idea is that, like, if you were to take the Harry Potter book and then go to the last chapter and read that Harry Potter killed Voldemort, right? You were to know that. It's not like your knowledge of that changed the story or had an influence on how the story, that particular event. Right. And so I like the book analogy. I think, though, that if you're going as far as to say that I wrote the book, okay, then there is a kind of loose responsibility that I have in terms of what the characters are doing. But I think there might still be a way to preserve the creaturely freedom without accepting determinism. But it's gonna I think boil down to whether you think it's coherent, which I think it is, that God can know a future event that essentially has no explanation. So that's kind of weird, because on like libertarian free will, when you choose, I chose to enter this stream, and there's no explanation for for why I chose this rather than watching a movie on libertarian free will. Okay. And so now, if God can know that, okay, then he can just actualize the world that he wants. And there's a sense in which you've not accepted determinism, right? But you've accepted free will, while God being the sort of ontological sustainer or the actualizer of the world. So that's interesting, but I would have to think about it more.
Yeah, and I think, it is interesting that it does appear to me that both libertarian free will and straight determinism do have logical inconsistencies. My biggest problem with determinism is actually, a lot of people have like moral issues. My biggest problem with straight determinism is actually absurdities. So like, for example, I wake up this morning, I decide that I'm going to, go and get my mail or something along those lines. And while I'm going to get my mail, I see a penny. And while I get that penny, that distracts me enough to see some car that I actually get interested in. And while I'm distracted in seeing the car, I stub my toe. Did God predetermine that I stub my toe? Right? That seems utterly absurd to me. Because it's so pedantic. You know what I mean? It means nothing. And yet at the same time, to have like a straight libertarian free will, kind of as you were saying, there's no real explanation for anything at that point. Everything is kind of just pure randomness. And it almost commits what I think is described by G.K. Chesterton quite brilliantly as like a worship of the will, which effectively becomes nothing at all, because the will itself is nothing but the will, right? In other words, to say something is good under this view because it's willed is nothing more than to say that it's willed, right? And
arbitrary, right?
Say again?
Seems to be arbitrary, kind of.
Exactly.
Like
it makes no difference.
Wait, so you accept something like the randomness objection to libertarian free will?
Say that one more time.
It seems like you accept the randomness objection to libertarian free will.
Yeah, I do. Absolutely.
What's the rebuttal, Danny? Or I'm going to cut you off.
The rebuttal is just to say, yeah, that's what free will is. It's just a kind of brute. There's no, well, for those that don't know anything about the randomness objection, it's kind of what I just said. Look, on a determinist view, there's something like this, right? Where I chose to have this conversation rather than watch a movie. Why? Because I wanted to talk with, I had the desire to speak with CJ about free will. That explains why I did this rather than watch a movie. But on libertarian free will, right? It's what's responsible. What explains any action is the self ultimately. Okay, but the problem is that the self is always there to explain or cause the desire. So it will never be a contrastive reason for why you choose one over the other.
It's a paradox.
Yeah.
I mean, why does anything happen? Why does God have freedom? Like that's libertarian then? Because you're ultimately going to have to ask that. That's what I wonder. If you're a hardcore determinist who believes in God, like where do you get the idea that God has libertarian free will? Honestly, because if it's mistaken that the feel that we have it is incorrect and it's a misinterpretation of the world, on what ground
that's a good point.
God that power then? You know,
are you saying that like for people that accept determinism? Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't mean we give God any power, but you know what I mean? Conceptually, like in our thinking, like how we understand God. I mean, yeah, like I just wonder the question, if we're going to deny agent causation and, you know, whether or not that's part of the Imago Dei or not, but ultimately, if we do end up saying, well, this is a misinterpretation, and that to me, that's where I really have problems, because it's like God set up a justice system that has to do with seemingly with some kind of responsibility and balance or whatever in that light. And so, and then if we reject that, it seems like we're undercutting the basis of justice, maybe, perhaps. And then I wonder, well, why think God has any kind of libertarian freedom if our only sense of it is mistaken and seeing it in himself?
But if you're I think the randomness objection to libertarian free will is very powerful. It pushed me away from libertarian free will, in fact. Okay, and now I accept a compatibilist free will. But I borrow a little bit from the libertarians. I think that libertarians have it half right. Okay, but the idea, I think, of what you're saying, I'm not so. So let's say I'm a libertarian and I say, okay, yeah, our actions are basically like random events. Well, so what? Well, you might say, well, we don't. How do we account for moral responsibility? It seems like if your actions are random, like why would we hold you blameworthy, right, or something like that? And then there's the question. Okay, well, then that would apply to God as well. That God's desires, his nature, is somewhat random, but I think you could get out of it. Maybe you can get out of it because in the case of God, his nature is a necessary kind of nature, right? That's to say that God, it's not random in the sense that it could be A or not A. It has to be A. Okay. And there's no explanation for it. So that fits with libertarian free will. Okay. And it's not random because it's not a brute contingency, right? So let's say God hates rape. Okay. And you want to ask the question, why? Well, there's no further explanation, but it's not random in the sense that we could have been in a world in which God loved rape, right? So it's necessary that he hates rape. So I think there's a way of, showing how God's sense of will is a little bit different than ours because it might be plausible to think that like my desires could have been different and so therefore random. Does that make any sense, Jamie?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's why I was saying too, like, it seems like there's some magical, in a sense, quote unquote, magical thing or the mystery lies in agent causation or something, because that's where my bottom line is, at least at this point. Like, I'm open to hearing everybody out and hopefully I'm not
misunderstood. It seems like you would be partial to Sproul's interpretation of libertarian free will, right? That's kind of the randomness objection. Have you heard of R.C. Sproul saying something like this, where like if you're around the clock, and everything were to be this?
I'm sympathetic to it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of pointing out the objection to libertarian free will. I think Sproul is right there. But then I just think that if the libertarian thinks that that's like somehow like he can't let that go, he can just admit, yeah, our actions are random. So what? But I mean, I'm going to say, oh, he just dropped.
That does tend to happen randomly. I think he's got like some internet stuff and stuff like that.
I think he's doing it on his phone. Sometimes you have to reset if you're trying to do it on your phone.
But yeah, no, one thing that I would kind of say when it comes to the idea of libertarian free will too, and that I think is more problematic, I guess, is kind of the idea like if these thoughts are random, it's not so much that you don't have any real like accountability, morally speaking, or even intellectually speaking. It's more like things are uncaused in your mind. Like your mind is just creating information almost. And I don't see necessarily how that's possible.
Wait. I wonder if there's a way to frame this. I think the randomness is that your desires are caused by the self, but there's not an explanation for why the self creates one desire over another. I think is that right? Okay. It's like almost like a like an isotope in terms of how, whether a beta particle or alpha particle. I don't know. I'm like a physics stupid. Sorry, but it's almost like something like that, where like there's a randomness thing, like similar to like what isotopes, how certain alpha or beta particles are emitted. But that's the analogy I've heard.
Yeah, and it almost like, I think that's actually a perfect way to put it. You worded it a lot better than I did, because it does seem to me like even with the amount of free will that I believe humans do have, which, like I said, I'm a compatibilist, so it's sort of both and. It does still appear to me like it would be foolish to say that will doesn't come from some sort of outside cause that is outside of the self, right? Just as an example, if I will to have fruity pebbles, right? The outside cause of that is actually the fruity pebbles, right? Like I enjoy the flavor of fruity pebbles.
I'm right there with you. I have a bathroom emergency, so give me a second.
Yeah, for sure. But
No.
And I think that explains.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No, Danny gets no permission. He does not have a bathroom pass. He must stay.
Well, while he's out, I just wanted to say, CJ, I'd love to have you on my channel sometime. I would be interested in talking about reaching out to some of these theistic evolutionists or people that are on the fence who are Christians, because I don't find it fruitful to be spending time with atheists. I mean, in 21 years that I've debated them, I've never seen one conversion. They just get more hardened. But I am very concerned that there are. I heard something very negative that Rob Rose said about you, and that kind of got under my skin. And he said some negative things about me to my face. And I wasn't even attacking him. He just outright came on S.J. Tomlinson's show and accused me of dishonesty. And I was just like, where's this coming from? So I took exception to that. I don't like the fact that he has such a large audience that are just listening to what he has to say. I think I want to find ways to let them know that there are other viewpoints. So just dropping that in your ear.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am 100% willing to do that. Actually, I think that would be a great idea. And by the way, fun fact for those of you who are, because I guess that interaction between me and Rob got a little, it's a reputation that precedes me a little bit now. You know what I mean? Which is fine. I'm totally okay with that. It actually has now manifested itself into potentially, I'll be debating him on the gospel truth. We don't know about that 100% yet, but I am very interested in taking on his positions on, number one, if the miracles in Joshua are literal, which he takes the position they're not. And number two, if the slaughter of the Canaanites was literal, which he also takes the position they're not. I know people are often shocked to know that I would want to defend that was literal because it seems like such a harsh thing, but I think it's actually vital to understanding God's righteousness. And for the self-same reason, I defend a universal flood, not just because I think the Bible teaches it, but because I think like people do need to understand that like the penalty for wickedness is utter destruction. It's not like, you know, like fruitcakes and lollipops. You know what I'm saying?
Well, where I'm going with this is I would like to debate either of those two. If what Emery here is saying about them, they need to be challenged on it. And, you know, rather than me debating, you know, I've debated so many atheists. I'm just like, you know, I'm getting tired of it. And, for atheist audiences, you know, I really want to challenge these guys on it because, or Swami Das, just thought I'd drop that in your ear. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I would love to. I mean, Swami Das needs to get the folks. I mean, Dr. Tour had an interesting conversation with him where he basically called him out, but in a nice way. And Behe had an interaction with him where Behe was a little bit more aggressive, but not to the extent that like I would have been. I mean, because Behe absolutely. I don't know if you haven't seen this, it's very much worthwhile to go and find this. Like from probably maybe 2 months ago now, the conversation between Michael Behe and Josh Swami Das, and Swami Das tried to dismiss the flagellum component again, and we just know it's all a bunch of repetitive stuff, all this kind of stuff. And Behe was like, actually, you're quoting research from quite a while ago. The most recent research has shown that there's actually, and I forget the number, like X number of additional parts, different proteins. It's not just a bunch of, there are repetitions, but there's also a bunch of other intricate pieces that we didn't even know were there because the technology to be able to see it hadn't advanced as much as it is now. I mean, Sal, as you know, it's advanced quite a bit just in the last 5 years. I mean, pretty revolutionary components, right? To be able to actually get even more detailed. And you could tell from the look on Swami Das's face that he had no clue. And I really wish that, I mean, Behe wasn't, I mean, he was more, it was probably, I'll put it this way, it was the most aggressive I've seen Behe in any of his interactions with anybody. Well, you could tell he was pissed. Like, I'm done with these idiots spewing these talking points and not being able, and I got a PhD who is spewing this crap and can't back up his own bovine scatology. And you know me, Sal. I mean, I would have just annihilated. I would have eviscerated Swami Das and insult his professionalism if he's gonna. Yeah, dude. At least go. If you're gonna come on here and have this conversation and you don't know this, come on, man. You know. Sorry.
Well, and Sal, real quick, just to say, I wouldn't sell yourself short as far as never seeing one convert, because I've noticed I've never seen anybody online convert, but there are definitely people who listen to my arguments. And then, have told me afterwards, who are not like speakers, who have told me like, no, I actually think that this is the right way to go. So far, I know of at least 3 individuals who have converted on the grounds of apologetics that I have done. Now, and I know glory to me, of course, all glory to God. But the point just being, they may not have told you because they don't have an online platform, but I wouldn't sell yourself short. I'm sure you've helped a lot more people than you know.
And so one of the things I've been thinking about this, because people were giving me grief about this the other day in comments, and like, you're being too mean to atheists and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, I have made it very plain that my objective is for those who are sitting on the fence and those who have not yet even consider or have yet begun to question their faith. And do I hope that some of the more like hardcore atheists, like what CJ was just referring to, like the people that are hardcore activists, right, trying to switch the goalposts, I don't necessarily think that they're going to return. If they do, it'll be under the direction of God. No power to me whatsoever. On the flip side, a lot of the things that we all take for granted based on our knowledge, I think it's very easy for us to forget that the average person doesn't have a clue. They've never even contemplated this stuff on the surface level, let alone multiple layers in. And I think that's something we got to. That's why I joke about going reductio ad absurdum on some of these things. Of like, really? This is what you're arguing with 100% confidence? Okay, cool. Let's do it. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I've been very disturbed that these people representing themselves to be, they're defending the Christian faith, but then some of the stuff they say, it's just like, you guys don't know for sure. I mean, Swami Das trying to deplatform Christian colleges just because they teach creationism. Rob Rowe going around like he knows for sure that his cosmology is correct. No one knows that. I mean, and then to go after Christians when you don't have really any reason to be that confident. I'm not even going to try to say let's defend creationism. I'll just say let's defend openness of thought on this matter, at least, because there's a lot that we don't know. And these guys just promoting evolutionary theory like it's gospel, I have serious problems with that. I have serious, they could be doing a lot of damage and leading a lot of people wrong. And that would, and I don't know. That's just something that's been on my heart because it just doesn't seem like there's as much benefit to cost ratio talking to, getting on MDD. No disrespect to James Coons in that channel. I really have a heart for cleaning out. Go on.
It's dumpster fire for no doubt over there. And I think what's very fascinating, and I'm gonna give Danny a pass on this because he's an exception to the rule. But a gigantic percentage of and I'm gonna hyper compartmentalize this to YouTube atheists specifically. The lack of basic reading comprehension and just comprehension in general. Like the number of people since my debate with Randolph Richardson, for example, then I have been literally getting people yelling at me, figuratively speaking, that there is no difference between not and without, and insulting my knowledge. Like, I had a guy the other day tell me that I was wrong for using the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy because they didn't say that there was any distinction between absence and rejection when it's literally delineated 2 different times for clarification that specific point. And I'm like, so you're telling me that what I literally read verbatim is the polar opposite of what it actually says? I don't know how to approach somebody in that context. At that point, it's like, and what do you say at that point? You can't. I mean, it's kind of okay. Well, you're freaking nuts. Let's move on to the next one. Anyway.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is I do think that with a lot of this, there is a certain, people talk about the quote new atheist, right? I think right now the new atheist is the majority of atheists, and it was that sort of like hyper aggressive and hyper progressive in their views, sort of atheists like Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris, and you could count Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ron, those guys in there, and that seems to kind of be what atheism has primarily become, though not entirely. Just like just the same way that everybody else has their majority group as well. And what I will say is this: I do think that it is very, very rare that we ever see somebody like that actually listening and taking arguments seriously. But it has happened. I would point out 2 examples, one of which is much greater than the other. But so the first includes me and is not so great, and that is just the ability that I've been able to have so far to have some conversations with people who might even be considered to be in that group, like Michael the Canadian Atheist, which he sells himself short philosophically, but he's actually not philosophically inept by any stretch. And they're good conversations. I think they very often show my points, but they really are solid conversations. You know what I mean? But even greater than that, we do have like examples like C.S. Lewis, for example. I brought this up on SJ's channel, right? If you could think of like a rabid, frothing at the mouth God hater, right? Like and hedonist to the core. I hate the law. I hate the evil. All this kind of stuff. That's C.S. Lewis for like 30 to 40 years of his life, right? Probably closer to 30, actually. Be closer to 30. And then he ends up converting and becoming arguably the greatest modern Christian philosopher of all time. I think G.K. Chesterton and William Lane Craig might have something to say about that, but it's arguable for sure. And the point there just being that, as horribly like, fatalistic as we can get sometimes, because it's just like, it doesn't seem like there's people who are listening. We do have to understand that God does definitely work through whatever methods he decides to work. That could end up being the words that you're speaking. And a lot of times it can come in ways that you have, just absolutely no expectation of whatsoever. I think there's even biblical examples of that too, right? Like Paul the Apostle was a mass murderer. Paul the Apostle was like a religious terrorist, basically. He would be comparable to an Osama bin Laden. And he hates Christians. He wants them slaughtered, right? And then he becomes Paul the Apostle, right? Or even James. I mean, think of how much of a scoffer you would have to be in order to be Jesus's half brother, grow up with this man, right, and still reject him. But then afterwards, after he resurrects, he's writing the book of James. He's leading the church in Jerusalem, all that kind of stuff. And so the point just being, right, that I think that as futile as it sometimes seems, we do have to try and break that fatalism a lot, because it's not futile. And by the way, that's not to say don't go down a path of refuting people like Sentinel Apologetics and IP, because I think people are equally as fatalistic when it comes to that, coming to the point where I just don't even think it's the point to it. And that's also not something that is good, right? Those are, you can also end up seeing people like that.
The thing is, those people are infecting the church.
Yeah, that's true too.
That's what really bothers me, and that's not good. Whereas people will not, the thing is if it starts appearing in the pulpits in Sunday schools, or at least compromising the ability to have discussions, even within the church, that's not good. So that's what's been laid on my heart recently, that there are lots of sheep in the church that want to be fed the right stuff, and the leadership is feeding them dog do.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that completely, honestly.
And then now it's coming out of the seminaries, and now even on the YouTube channels. So I don't know that these guys would ever want to debate us, but I'm up for it. If they want to have an argument, it's an argument that would be worth it. So I'm all for trying to promote this fight, because it needs to happen, and it's not going to end well for them. All they could do is just ad hominem and say, we're just like flat earthers or whatever. I'm just like, no, we're going to fight this. This isn't good. This is one reason the Christian culture has been Christianity on the whole. I mean, one reason, I don't know that it's even the major reason, but it's one reason that it's had less and less influence on culture is because of people like that. And they may not like me hearing me say this, but got to clean house here. Got to call these people out. And I'm not even saying, let's prove creation is true. I'm saying they better be 100 million % sure that they're right. Because if they're advocating evolutionary theory and ends up being wrong, they're in big trouble.
Yeah, and I agree.
They're in big trouble. They're in big trouble. Because they act like they know the truth, and that what they're saying is gospel. I have a serious problem with that.
No, I'm with you entirely. And in fact, I think one thing that might be interesting if me and you were to tag team on this, which I think we should, is being that you have a good science background, which I do not. I've always come at things from a more biblical background, which would it would make an interesting tag team. You know what I mean? Because if Rob wanted to say, well, scientifically speaking, there's no proof of universal flood, I'd be like, boom, Sal. And then he's like, well, biblically, it doesn't teach that. I'd be like, all right, well, actually, no. And I'm learning the Hebrew and stuff like that too.
It really brought it home. Ironically, that whole show about Pine Creek Doug and the favorite apologist, I was appalled. All of them said the moral argument. And I was like, maybe 1.5 people indirectly alluded to Romans 1:18 through 20, that his invisible attributes, his divine power, his invisible attributes are clearly seen in the things that have been made. And I was like, I'm happy to make the moral argument, but I'm just like, wouldn't it be nice to actually cite what's a scriptural argument that was laid out for us?
Yeah, and
I was really disappointed to say that's moral argument's my favorite. I'm just like, there's problems with that, saying that that's your favorite. I agree that it's a good argument, but it wouldn't be my first because it.
Okay,
anyway.
So as I've been having to remind everybody, you're being upset about this is a result of the manipulation by Pine Creek of the context. I have pointed this out over. I get why you're upset from a generalistic perspective. I'm talking about in the context. Yeah. The question they were answering, they were making the correct responses. If the question had been, what is your favorite argument for the Christian God? And they hadn't done something like what you just outlined, resurrection of Christ, etc., then your position would be 100% correct. If they were making those same types of assertions in relation to the Christian God. And that getting people riled up in that context is the entire point. And the reason I know this is, if you actually watch the whole video stream, he makes the point that I just made. And then in his debate with IP, they go into this. So I remember Inspiring Philosophy was one of those guys in that stream, right? He was jabbing at. 2 years ago, he had a debate with IP. And they went down this rabbit hole. And they made the clear freaking distinction between God, the Christian God, and then they discussed IP's videos on the resurrection in relation to this whole topic, which is why the whole point I was making about this entire whole thing with Pine Creek is that he was trying to piss people off on both sides of the equation. And Pine Creek achieved his objective.
Well, and let me say, I do have a little bit to say about that myself, just because, I find the moral and the creation arguments to be great arguments that lead directly to God, but I don't think either of them necessarily lead to the Christian God. In theory, a Muslim could affirm both of those arguments, and so my personal favorite argument, not only, and I would use it for general God and for Christian God because I think it does both. His argument from prophecy. I think that because that's actually, that's another one. You mentioned Romans 1, Sal. Prophecy is another one that the Bible explicitly gives to prove itself in Deuteronomy 18. And I think that's one, and that's one too, where, people try to this day, I honestly think it's great. The Raging Atheist toots around his debate with me on the prophecy of Tyre like he did really well. And to be honest with you, I would love nothing more than him to do that, because the more advertising that video gets, the more people will see he really did not do well. You know what I mean? I've even gone as far as to share that video into the different, large Facebook groups and stuff like that, because it's like, I give this Rage, I'm telling you, man, pay like $1,000 to get this, advertised on people's stuff. Like, I'll give you the money. Like, this is just fantastic, because really what ends up happening is people have to like fall apart and start like short circuiting to explain how exactly is it. This is incredibly detailed, and yet somehow it's prophecy of the future. I don't know. It just doesn't work. People can't do that. You know what I mean? And
hey, sidebar. Speaking of the Rage, have y'all seen his video from the other day where he's like attacking the atheist who converted to Islam?
Yeah, I did actually.
Good Lord. I mean, he's like straight up eviscerating him. Like, I can't remember if he's like explicitly stated this, but he kind of implied that he'd be willing to beat the crap out of him for convert. And I think he said we need to attack him, not physically, but like go after him verbally, intellectually on YouTube, whatever. I'm like, so you're not a tolerant person at all.
Oh, dude,
I've actually never really understood that. I've never actually understood that like, all things being equal, if someone converts to a religion from like a non atheism or agnosticism or whatever, why? I just don't see why atheists and agnostics should care. I don't see I don't see the problem. Now, if let's say they deconvert, now notice I said all things being equal. If their conversion, if I knew that their conversion meant that they would do violence or they're less unhappy, I might then lovingly approach them, or make, if the case is want to cause violence, then approach them. But all things being equal, I just don't see why atheists would care. I don't. Why do
Well, in the case of the Raging Atheist, it's because he is a radical political extremist. And I am very confident in saying that he's the kind of person who would commit acts of terrorism if he saw fit, and that's just the way it is. And he's clear about that, by the way. He said numerous times he's okay with doxing, he's okay with violence, he's okay with what they call quote unquote direct action, and he does not believe, as part of his radical progressive political views, that religion should be something that is given any leeway whatsoever, which is his word.
That's what I have a term for that. It's called bigoted.
You're right. Exactly. That's really what it is. It's bigoted.
And one of the funniest statements from his video was his multiple assertions that he's a lacktheist. Right. I'm nothing but a lacktheist. It's like, so you're calling for action against people. You say you want. He also, in that video, in other videos as well, if he had his way, he would eliminate religion. And I'm like, so you're espousing direct action and not just the rejection of, but the elimination of the concept of theism, or probably deism at that point too. but you're going to then assert that you're only a lacktheist. I mean, I don't know.
Exactly. That's why I say, like, we just, people have to know when they're talking about the raging atheist. It's not the same as almost, like, you can bring up as terrible as a lot of these guys are, like Arn Ra and T Jump and etc. Right? The raging atheist is not them. The raging atheist is a rabid political extremist, and people should deal with him as such because that is what he is.
Sal, were you trying? I think you had something to say, didn't you, Sal?
No, I always have something to say. I like to listen. I wanted to say that I think there's this tribalism, and I don't know that it's correct. I have a theory that some people just, I mean, back to Danny's question, why are they behaving this way? I think it's inherent in human nature that we like people to agree with us. And in some people, it's really extreme. They get their sense of security by having everyone agree with them. And they feel better eliminating people that don't agree with them. And that's why I think they like to fight. They get, rather than being secure in their facts, it really means a lot to them to be secure that they get 100% agreement. That's just kind of a weak theory, but I see that tendency. It's like, yeah, we feel better when people agree with us, and sometimes that's taken to the extreme. But that's also like they want to control their environment. They feel if they can control people's thoughts, they'll feel more secure, and that's why I think they want all that violence. They're willing to go to violence, and at least on a institutional level, in these communist governments, they want that absolute power because dissent is a threat to their feeling of well-being. That's just my speculation. So that's why I was kind of halfway committed to saying anything, because I'm not really sure of that. But that's what I see.
I mean, I think your point, especially, I'd say both, all your points there, but I would definitely affirm, and I think it's a relatively obvious and quantified premise that the majority of people just want people to agree with them. I agree with you on that completely. Either that or they are the ones who agree.
I thrive on disagreement. My life would be meaningless without disagreement.
Right, but you're an outlier, Danny.
I'm saying, yeah, but I'm saying that it's like, I think people should be like me.
Yeah.
Well, I agree that we need to have more. There needs to be more, like the kind of conversations that we have, and the back and forth, and the assertion of our own opinions, and not purely repetition of what we're told to think. I mean, I joked about this in my meme the other day about how dare you question the consensus, right? Like when we see this, and it's not just in the atheist community, it's in Western civilization at large, and probably on a global level too. But like, there's this whole propaganda that's been put forth, and a rewiring of thought processes of it's somehow now considered a negative to ever think for yourself, to reach your own conclusions, and to not just immediately acquiesce to whatever it is you're told to think. I mean, it's like it's documented as to why that's a bad idea, and why, just from a purely like greedy perspective, how you're going to end up in a less advantageous position than you could have been. Just by now, there's in the short run, you might, just by being a game player, you might be able to get to a certain point, but from a macro level, you will never achieve what you could have achieved if you were willing to strive to, plot your own course, if you will, rather than do what you're told. Because eventually you're going to realize, I'm talking from a society level, there's going to be people that realize, like, wait a minute, I can basically put myself at the top of the mountain. Everybody else is going to stay down, and I might let a few of them come up a little bit, but, well, we'll see what happens. Communism and dictatorships and all these different things that we know from history are not the more positive opportunities.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the level of ignorance that's required to think that no, I shouldn't think for myself, and if you do, then somehow you're nuts. It fascinates me.
Well, they're kind of two tiers for this. The guys at the top, definitely, it serves their interest to lie and cheat if they have no morals. It serves, their viewpoint. Let's control people. At the lower tier, it's like, oh, I don't really have the facts to back it, so let me just resort to tribalism. And we see that. That's why there's all this deplatforming and fight against free speech and discussion. They want to shut down dialogue. That's the sort of behavior that people resort to when they want to defend their beliefs, but they actually can't with facts. Because, I mean, there's a lot at stake. Let's say that you've spent years doing something and advocating a cause, and you've actually hurt people in the process. What'll happen if you start to realize, oh my goodness, I'm the villain here?
Well, I think
that's hard to face.
This entire time, like, America has been run by tyrants who, like, they don't care about America, they don't care about people, and it's just becoming more apparent now. They're becoming this idea of, like, freedom that we have in America is a total illusion, and we're transforming into a really highly controlled society at this point because now they have the technology to control us.
Transforming into a less than free society requires you to have been a free society or on some level have been a free society. And compared to every other nation or empire in the history of the world, we have had greater freedom. Now, do I think that it's rapidly being removed from us? Yes. I mean, it's obvious. But that doesn't mean that freedom's never been had. I mean, if that was the case, then the transformation of our nation from a few colonies and a bunch of trees to something that's never been seen before in a less than 300 years. I mean, come on. The industrial, just the Industrial Revolution by itself.
It was an experiment from the elite. Francis Bacon wrote a book called The New Atlantis, which is like about America and their plans to create America.
Okay, what's your point?
We've never had freedom. It's just an illusion, or like quasi. We had limited free. We're like free range chickens or something, right?
I mean, you can't just make statements like that. You gotta put a little more substance into that one as to what do you mean never had freedom.
Like America has always, we've always been controlled by oligarchic people in America. It's not like the people elect presidents and decide the fate of the nation. We're directed and controlled by a small group of rich, powerful people. Like, that's always been the case.
I don't think that's true, honestly. I think there's pretty clear evidence to suggest it's not true. In fact, I'm not a particularly large fan of him, but I think the rise of Donald Trump is a perfect example of that. Dude was clearly an outsider, and he clearly had enough natural support from the people of America that he broke into the to what you might consider to be the establishment. And he's not the only one, by the way. He's the only one who's gotten that successful. But Ron Paul, Ted Cruz, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
How about Ronald Reagan?
Yeah, that is another one, actually. And that's one I'm actually a much bigger fan of. I love Ronald Reagan. I think he was a great president. I think he made some mistakes in his second term, but who doesn't, right?
Yeah, well, the deal with Tip O'Neill and stuff. I mean, that kind of stuff. But they also they had made promises that they went back on. So I mean,
right.
some of his moves there. But
yeah,
I mean,
we're talking about a people who are willing to shoot JFK in the head. So you really think like Trump was above their power or against them? If Trump was really against them, why wouldn't they just JFK Trump?
Okay, so what do you think would have been the? Okay, this is dumb, dude. So were there assassinations prior to JFK?
Sure.
There's actually quite a few, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so was John Wilkes Booth a deep state agent for like the Secret Service?
I'm not an expert on the assassination of Lincoln.
The answer is no. He was a Southern sympathizer and Confederate nationalist.
Right. The
Well, you just believe the official story without question? I thought you were just talking about thinking for yourself.
No, I actually like know the Civil War as well as a college educated historian, and I am telling you that is exactly what happened. Like, there's no evidence to suggest otherwise.
It's well substantiated. Is CJ's point is well substantiated historically. No offense about it.
I don't agree with that.
So you just admitted you don't know about it. But you're just.
Well, I know that you guys are idiots.
You know that we're idiots. In what context?
Yeah, I don't believe anything any of you guys say. I think you guys are all full of crap.
Are you having like a little bipolar moment there?
No, I'm just being honest. Like, I think you all are sitting here pretending like you're experts on stuff that you really don't know very much, and you're all morons. And I think you're antichrist too. I don't think you guys are good Christians.
I don't think that you're even a Christian at all. I mean, so that doesn't, I don't really care what you have to say about that. Like, you've admitted numerous times that you reject portions of scripture, that you're an open theist. I mean, I'm sure there's other heresies somewhere there. Even your God, Smoky Saint, who you worship so much, has admitted numerous times that you are not a Christian. So, yeah, you can have a temper tantrum if you like, but that's not actually solving anything here.
You through smoke, all you care about, Synagogue, is the world and your YouTube subscribers and how other people think about you. And you want to please people. You don't want to please Christ. That's why you're so quick to throw Smokey under the bus, bear false witness, and slander him when his reputation with the community was at your advantage to do so.
You have any evidence?
But when it helped you and benefited you to go on Smokey's panel because Smokey, was popular.
Okay, guys, I'll see y'all later.
You were totally cool to do that.
Say it, Danny.
You have any evidence that I did that? That's exactly what I thought. Just for the record, I've said it once and I'll say it again. Everything that I said in my video about Smoky Saint is 100% correct. And if he would like to challenge me on that, rather than sending his little sycophantic worshipers at me, I am very glad to be challenged on those issues.
Well, I don't know the video in question, but I would doubt that I would doubt that he was sent.
Well, and hang on, I said that a little bit in anger. Let me be clear. That's probably true. Let me back up a little on that. But and Smokey has even talked to me after this video was made, not about this video, and he displays a much greater level of respect than P. Mars does. So just to be clear on that. But I mean, I don't know if P. Mars and Smokey have conversation about my video. But it does need to be said. I don't care. P. Mars, challenge me. Will Kincaid, challenge me. Smokey, challenge me. I don't care who you are. What I said was correct. If Smokey has a problem with what I said, he needs to address that with me publicly, because frankly, there are things that he did that are in their level of dishonesty, similar to things that we have seen in the past from people like Kent Hovind, like Nephilim Free, like others he has called out. And I'm not going to stand for it. I'm simply not going to stand for it. Okay. Like, if he wants to be going out and doxing people, lying to people about his age, lying to people about debates he has been in or not been in, then he needs to be called out for it, period. And if you have an actual argument as to where I'm wrong about that, then I would like to hear it. I apologize for turning your stream into this, but PMARS is infuriating, and all these little guys are. They worship at the altar of Smoky Saint. And it's ridiculous. Like the man is incapable of doing anything wrong. Even if I am wrong about some of the stuff that I have said, like that doesn't give an excuse for people to sit there and bow to this person like he's some kind of Christ figure. It's ridiculous.
Well, according to well, the reason I asked P Mars if he was having a bipolar thing is I think he actually is bipolar, and that will it seemed like he snapped there for a second with his assertions, but who knows? But let's switch off of that, and not get distracted by that kind of stupidity. So did you see that it just announced that it looks like Biden just officially issued the gun control executive orders?
Yeah, I did hear that. I have a couple cities here have actually said that they are not going to be enforcing these laws where I'm living, so I'm very happy about that.
Well, it's not even law. I mean, freaking executive order. I tell you what's going to be interesting is the like Tennessee, for example, just passed. I think we're like the 4th or 5th state in the last 6 months that just passed the constitutional carry provisions, and I mean, like ours goes into effect July 1st, I believe. No permit required. And it's like, man, let's do it. I think there'll be a major. The data shows that the areas with the highest rate of armed citizens have the lowest crime rates. I mean, it's just a known fact.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not even like remotely disputable too. Like you go to all the lowest crime places, Wyoming, Maine, Idaho, all have they have more guns per capita than they do people.
Yeah. It's to me, it's like, okay, we know that it's like 99%, literally 99% of mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. I mean, how complicated is this to do some very basic analysis and be like, if I was going to be a crazy psychopath and I wanted to have as long as possible to rage out and, hurt people before they're going to get me, because I'm going into it under the assumption that I'm not going to survive, where would I go? I mean, this is not exactly a high-level concept to consider. And when and also sidebar on that too, it's like all they're going to do is just be copycats anyway. It doesn't require a high level of intellectual prowess to be able to figure out the basics of this stuff. But more importantly, this is what really pisses me off about the United States, is the level of just uninformed ignorance in relation to the rest of the world, right? Like Spain, France, Germany, England, all have very, very high gun control law, like very restrictive gun control measures, right?
Right.
How have they still been having mass murders? Yes. Have they had them on even greater levels than the big ones here? Yes. Charlie Hebdo, anyone? I mean, the Las Vegas one wasn't even on, which was the biggest one we've had in the United States, right? At least in recent history. Was the Charlie Hebdo one was bigger than that one in terms of actual number of people that died and how long it went on for. I mean, we don't think about that kind of stuff. And then outside of that, the terrorist attacks all over Europe, where they just go and rent a truck. I mean, and then go wherever there's a bunch of people and run them over. I mean, if you're dealing with psychopaths who want to kill people, they're going to figure out a way to do it. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a higher fatality rate when somebody's driving can you imagine at a football game, everybody's leaving a football game, for example, and some nut job decides to just go oh, I'm going to go rent a giant truck and just run people over. I mean, you could kill hundreds of people before you could possibly be stopped if you tried to do that. It'd be anyway.
So what exactly do these gun control measures do? Because I know one of them, he said he wanted to have a national report for illegal firearms trade. And I believe he wanted to sort of make a national red flag law sort of thing, although obviously it's not a law. But so what else is this?
Okay, so I got to pull it up. So it's basically freaking nothing. Okay. The Justice Department within 30 days will issue a proposed rule to help stop. Oh my good lord! Will issue, ladies and gentlemen, the Justice Department within 30 days will issue a proposed law or proposed rule to help stop the proliferation of ghost guns. Oh man! So in the ghost guns, they mean like 3D printed guns and such. The Justice Department within 60 days will issue a proposed rule to make clear when a device marketed as a stabilizing brace effectively turns a pistol into a short-barreled rifle subject to the requirements of the National Firearms Act. The Justice Department within 60 days will publish model red flag legislation for states. So for folks who don't know what a red flag is, that's basically a suspension of due process. Without having your day in court, people can complain about you, and a judge can issue a seizure order for your weapons with no new due process required. And then the administration is investing. I'm not sure this is a statement in order, but okay. They will be investing in evidence-based community violence interventions, whatever that means. And the Justice Department will issue an annual report on firearms tracking. And this is not an order, but he's going to be nominating Dave Chipman to serve as director of the ATF.
Fun. That's all. I mean, granted, I know that a lot of that's going to end up affecting to almost nothing, but still, obviously, if he has the power to enforce that, some of it will. I mean, nobody wants feds coming and searching their house without warrant.
Well, what I find interesting about all this stuff too is, like, is he attempting to spark, which I don't necessarily think this isn't the objective, to spark a states' rights battle. And I mean, because it's guaranteed that if those orders are attempted to be enforced, or anything like beyond what they talked about there is actually attempted to be enforced in any way, shape, form, or fashion, there will be both city, county, and state 9th and 10th Amendment negations of those orders. Just like, we're not going to follow them, period. As you said, there's already people making announcements like, hey, if you actually if you try to enforce this, we're not going to, don't expect it to come from us, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, this is just another one of those things that kind of makes me think. I'm somewhat of a radical on this, but I do think that peaceful dissolution of the USA is the only real option left. I obviously am a very patriotic person. If we did do that, I would like to continue being called the United States and be governed by the United States Constitution, but I've honestly gotten to the point where I don't think it's reasonable for us to be united as one nation. It doesn't make any sense. Like me and the liberal have absolutely nothing in common. You know what I mean? We are the same people in the sense that we were born within the same arbitrary borders, not in any real sense. We don't follow the same traditions, have the same culture, have the same worldview, whether that's religious or philosophical or economic. We don't even have the same understanding of the thing that is supposed to bind us, i.e. freedom in the Constitution. So like, I personally think it's just, we're at that point, it had to happen to Rome. It had to happen to a couple other nations. It has to happen to us.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with you on that. I mean, I think that there is because you're right. The lines of demarcation have been drawn, and they're only getting more and more exacerbated as each day goes by. And in my opinion, a huge portion of this is just the result of stunning ignorance. I mean, as you and I both know, the percentage of Americans, especially your age, like my age and younger, and like your age and below, I mean, it's just like zero historic knowledge. I mean, it's disturbing how bad it is. And it's like, if you don't actually even understand what the Constitution is and how it works and why, and what the underlying reasons for it were, and why it's a differentiation point, like on so many levels between even like Canada and their charter and the Magna Carta of England, and I mean those different things. Like people don't get it; they have no idea, and I mean we see it on a daily basis of all these the funny video. I mean they're funny videos on YouTube. Like people go and like interview people and ask them questions, like basic civics questions, and they have no idea. It's like, oh, I remember learning about this stuff in like 3rd, 4th grade. Some of the basic stuff they're messing up. And that old was it Jeff Foxworthy shit, like the "Are you smarter than a 5th grader?" Whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was done as a quasi joke, but it's like it's real now, and adults are just wow. It's starting to freak me out. I mean, so to your point in terms of the dissolution, I mean, I agree. I think that I think California should leave and Texas should leave, and then everybody else can go whichever direction they want.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that would be a good way to kind of balance out the electoral college too, because if those 2 states left, that'd be a reduction in 93 electoral votes, which might, make the elections a little bit more united, so to speak. But it also, honestly, I think that national divorce is a way that we could potentially avoid civil war, because I actually originally, since 2014, which I was only 16 at the time, but I mean, the writing's on the wall, so it's not like that really mattered. I had been of the position that just a second civil war is inevitable. I'm not here to take sides or anything like that. I'm just here to tell people that I just think that's going to happen. And then when people started talking about the idea of national divorce, I kind of got a little bit of hope. You know what I mean? Where it was like, okay, I can see how we might be able to avoid this. If we can agree to separate, I almost compare it to like a marriage. You know what I mean? If the marriage is that bad, if it's really like abusive and adulterous and you're abandoning each other for weeks on end and stuff like that, perhaps if we can agree to just separate, we can avoid a lot more suffering. You know what I mean? And I think,
but unfortunately, pre-Civil War divorce has never occurred to my knowledge.
Well, so it has occurred a couple times. It is very, very rare. I will grant you that is incredibly rare. The overwhelming majority of things are like the American Revolution, where the people who were seceded from came and attacked, or even our own U.S. Civil War, which, even though I would be pro-Union, obviously, obviously the Union wasn't going to let the South secede, right? So there's the same thing going on there. That is usually how it happens. The examples where that didn't happen, so there's some ancient examples, couple in Israel, actually. Lot and Abraham willingly split, and then actually when the United Kingdom itself split apart, that was a peaceful dissolution at first, at least. It did eventually.
Hang on. Which dissolution of the United Kingdom?
So when right after Solomon, when the 10 tribes left Rehoboam.
No. I was talking. When you said, I thought you said United Kingdom.
Oh no, yeah, a united monarchy is what I meant. The united monarchy.
Okay. You were talking about like Great Britain. Okay. I was like, I'm sitting there thinking like, what? Hold on. They've had like who knows how many civil wars in the UK. I was like, man, what are you talking about? Okay, I got you. You're talking about the kingdoms of it. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
And then also there was to get it some more modern examples, because I know that well, actually one more old example is Rome, right? Splitting into Rome and the Byzantines. That was a peaceful dissolution. But to give some more modern examples, because I know those are way far back, right? We did see a peaceful dissolution of the British Empire, giving then like Iraq and the Congo and Syria, and there has been peace. There's been no peace since then, that's for sure. But that's been within their own communities, right? It hasn't been between like Britain and Iraq, for example. And so like it is, I think, possible. It's just, it is really rare, and you have to get people on board, really.
Well, true. But I would say even the Middle East stuff, a lot of that was more like post World War I issues too.
That is true. I mean, it wasn't like
It wasn't just a
Right.
complete like, oh yeah, let's just be all nice. It was more of like we've been annihilated. We can't actually. Let's try and make this. I mean, they had to know that actually, I mean, they did know that there was no way all the Arabs and stuff were going to just, as soon as they realized that Britain could no longer control them, they weren't going to go into full scale rebellion. You know, it was like,
Right.
what can we minimize this in any way, shape, form, or fashion? But then they did have the civil war in India. I mean, quasi civil war. I mean, the more insurgency, I guess.
Well, and that's what, one of the issues you can have too, of course, is like sometimes like you even see that in Israel is a great example. That was supposed to be peaceful. All sides agreed. And then all of a sudden, one of the two sides, namely the Palestinians, didn't agree anymore. And, and now there's been violence ever since. And now, and at this point, an Israeli two-state solution is just unreasonable. Although I do think it'll happen. I don't think it's going to achieve anything. But there was a time, right, when that was the idea. They were wanting to do exactly what I'm talking about right now, which is let's just agree to separate. And, of course, that didn't work. And so it is a risk, I think. My thing is, if you could convince people who are really far on the left side, you can literally have your Bernie Sanders country. And I'll have my constitutionalist country. Like, this is an actual thing we can both do, and we can do it without the possibility of either of our brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, children, whatever you happen to have, dying. You know what I mean? There is a possibility, I think, you could get people to get on board if they start to see that reasoning, right? Of like, we obviously, and that's why I compare it to a divorce, is because sometimes you do have that happen where there's just this relationship is just toxic, right? And then eventually the people involved, the husband and the wife in this situation, start to realize at this point, perhaps it might actually be better if we just separated. We might actually have an increase in the quality of life for the both of us.
Yeah, see, I could see that, but the problem is that even like California, as an example, right? There's a movement as we speak for whole chunks of, or for California to be split up into like 3 different states. And I think isn't one of them want to like kind of join Idaho, and the other one wants to join Oregon. I think like different sections of the counties want to.
Yeah, there's a movement called Greater Idaho, actually, where there's a bunch of people in East Oregon, East Washington, and Northern California who want to join Idaho and become like a super state because of our conservative values. Which is, it's probably not going to happen, but that's the more, extreme version of it.
But and here's where the problem I see, the ultimate end problem is, from a conceptual perspective, I agree with you what you're saying, and it being like the ideal. But in reality, you've got, let's say, California as a state leaves, right? Well, what about all the people who don't want to comply with the complete upheaval of their life? I'm talking about on the conservative side that live in California, which we're talking about millions of people, right? Mm. Like, that is their home. And we all know that what are wars usually fought over? Hearth and home.
Right.
Right. And it's family, hearth, and home. And that's all it is. That's what what are people willing to fight? For sure, are they willing to fight over? Right. And that's kind of my point of, it's, we're going to leave, and you can leave if you want to. Otherwise, you have to comply with, totalitarianism. Like, there's guaranteed to be insurgency. Okay, let's say they stay in California. Guaranteed to be insurgency. Right?
Right.
So there might not be a war between the states, but there's going to be a war in the states. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's, I could certainly see that. But I could see that being, in fact, that is, a big problem in a lot of these states that kind of break off from bigger nations. And, it was even kind of a problem in the United States at first. We had quite a bit of loyalists here. So, I hear you for sure, because that's not a unreasonable objection by any stretch.
Well, but the point I make, I'm not suggesting that it shouldn't be done just because that being a likely issue that has to be faced. Because that's just naive. And in my opinion, it's naive to say that you wouldn't have to face that. That doesn't mean that I don't necessarily think that the split would potentially be a way to avoid a even more devastating end problem. If you know what I'm saying? Like, if we really get into like states versus states, I mean, the level of devastation is guaranteed to be some of the most epic that's ever been seen on planet Earth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just look at our own Civil War, and that was before the addition of bombs and the ability to just slaughter people in mass with little to no problem. Like we have today. I mean, a civil war. I mean, and you can look at Syria too, right? Just brutal conflicts. And that's really what civil wars are. They're the worst kinds of conflicts because they are precisely about exactly what you were talking about, right? Which is like, this is my home, this is my heritage, this is where I live. And that's the things that people are truly willing to die over. It's one thing if the emperor sends you out to conquer something, or if the president sends you into Iraq to take out a dictator or whatever it happens to be, right? It's a completely different thing though if like there's somebody on in your territory, in fact that's part of the reason I've always been so sympathetic towards like Confederates. Obviously that's a way past thing, right? But when people ask me like, how is it that you feel any sort of sympathy for like Stonewall Jackson and Robert E. Lee and stuff like that, it's like, well, if the Union invaded, or if the federal government right now, I guess, invaded your state, do you really care why? Probably not, right? That's probably not the point. The point is they invaded my state.
Well, and from a historic, this is where it goes back to the I'm brain fart. What's the term where you're like applying present interpretation or present mindset to a past event?
Presentism.
Present area. That's where I was thinking. I'm like, man, is that the right one? That's too normal of the actual word for it. Applying presentism to that from a, what was the mindset, right? So as you and I both know, then people were Virginians first,
right?
And America, citizens of the United States second. They were Georgians and Tennesseans and all that kind of stuff, right? That's the way it was. And part of that, there's multiple reasons for that, but one of which is they didn't have the whole aspect of communication and travel that we take for granted now. Mm-hmm. Like, you were born in Alabama. The probability of you ever leaving Alabama was real low. Same thing for Georgia, Virginia, or same thing in New York and New Jersey and travel was a whole other, the freaking railroad was just being built.
Right.
I mean, like, going 20 miles on a horse was a big deal. People kind of forget about this, right? And, you go on a freaking covered wagon for a year to get across to the, reach the Rockies, like, we don't think about this. We could ride a bike faster than they could go on a covered wagon back then. You could go across you could walk across the United States faster than they did back then, Now, I'm talking about now. And so this whole, the point you're kind of bringing up about like Stonewall Jackson, Robert E. Lee, etc. It's hey, my home is being invaded and my family and my friends are at risk. But then that's just from like just an emotional and an intellectual perspective. But then beyond that, from a political one, the whole premise of federalism had a dramatically different interpretation than it does now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And from a lot of the, whether justified or unjustified is not the point. From the Confederate States perspective, they were viewing a lot of it as a overreach of power, and invasion being the right word.
What did they lose because of federalism?
Well, they didn't lose anything. In fact, that's precisely the point, right? Is that their interpretation of federalism and the Federalist Clause, which would be, I can't remember if it's 10th or 9th, but one of those two amendments, was that they would, in effect, be almost independent nations, but they would have the same general military, the same general judicial system, hence the Constitution, and the same general economic system. So like they had a really, really limited idea of what the federal government is. And while you could certainly make the claim, okay, well, what was the federal government trying to take? And the answer to that would, of course, be slavery, right? That doesn't really deal with the states' right objection. And I'll give a perfect example right now. Let's say hypothetically, some just insanely anti-pot guy was elected president who also had incredibly dictatorial tendencies. I know this is a ridiculous example, but just hear out the example, right? He believes that the federal government has the right to enforce drug law and to enforce it with incredible rigor. And so he decides, all right, I'm going to go and put an embargo or withhold federal money, or even go as far as to invade and remove politicians from states that legalize weed, like Colorado, like California, and so on and so forth, right? And let's say those states decided to secede at that point. Now, would it be accurate to say those states seceded because of pot? Yes, that would be true. That is what the actual problem was. They refused to back down on that issue, and this person wanted to attack them for that issue. But would it also be fair to say that they decided to leave because they felt that this man was overstepping his bounds and that he did not have a right to tell them what to do and what not to do in regards to this particular plant? That would also be completely fair, and it would be 100% accurate, right? Independent of the fact that pot has caused a problem here. And when you don't look at the two equally, as well as a few other issues, because there's numerous things that go into the Civil War, you essentially do end up doing a bastardized version of history, whether intentional or unintentional, right?
What would you say are the main points of the Civil War?
Say that again?
What are the main points of the Civil War? What are the main issues?
I would say the main issue in the Civil War, as far as the South's perspective, would be the ability to have self-governance. And in that self-governance, the way it manifested itself was, in particular, the form of the institution of slavery. But they want these 7 states, at least 7 of the 11 that seceded, did want and feel that they had the right to govern themselves in that particular manner. And then with 4 of the states, the latter 4 that seceded, their beef was actually the invasion itself. They felt that the federal government was overstepping its bounds by invading the 7 seceding states. And that's where you get Virginia, Tennessee. I believe that's why Louisiana seceded. I don't remember what the other one is, but nonetheless. So it differs on that end. And then from the northern perspective, the goal is simply preservation of the Union. There was no goal whatsoever to abolish slavery until the midway point of the war, which was not only entirely done of a political nature, but it wasn't even the federal government wanting to do it. It was pushed by a guy named Marcellus Cassius Clay, who was a true abolitionist. He did truly want to abolish slavery, but he was the general, the guy who was pushing for the Emancipation Proclamation in the first place, is the point, not members of the federal government like Abraham Lincoln and so on. Their goal was strictly to preserve the Union. And Abraham Lincoln was quite clear, if he could preserve the Union without freeing a single slave, he would absolutely do it. So
his words.
What would you say is the motivating factors that actually began this conflict?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm when you want to, because I know what you're trying to do. You want me to boil it down to the word slavery, right? But the thing
Benjamin Franklin on Jamie Russell's Avatar, or that's Benjamin Franklin, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Benjamin Franklin with, I think, his face on it.
Yes, indeed.
So
there was a plethora of things. I mean, there was the variety of tariffs. There was moves to minimize the potential power of the southern states by northern states in relation to the 3/5 compromise and other things of that nature. But I mean, I think that the point that CJ was making was one of the catalysts. Talking about the weed versus slavery thing, because at the time, again, and I was going to quote it, the 9th Amendment: the enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And in the 10th Amendment, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. And it's part of the reason that we now are starting to see, it's ironic, we're starting to see a sudden resurgence in the concept of states' rights over this past decade.
If you were to examine, the representation of views behind movements in countries, there's a range that I think flows from those people who are poorest to the richest. And I think the most influential views are represented by the rich because they have the most power. So I'm wondering what was the view of the rich during those periods or the period now? What are they trying to do?
Not get killed by the poor. I think CJ's second answer too was a better answer in his example.
Well, one thing happened in California in 2019 in October, which is, I think, that the catalyst that started a lot of the unrest that we saw, and that was the passing of the Public State Bank Act in California. So they have a mandate to start initially 10 public banks, one for each large city in the state of California. And their main goal is to kick the big banks out of California. So the minute you start rallying the super rich, like the bankers, you start seeing odd things start to happen. I think that was a big part of what was happening with Black Lives Matters, even COVID, BS-19, as I affectionately refer to it. So I think the rich were big players in the Civil War, mainly because the Quakers of Pennsylvania started their own state bank, and they were issuing constitutional script. And all the 13 colonies ended up copying the constitutional script. And the United States were becoming so rich so fast for issuing their own money. And they were basically following the edict that God gave Israel. And that was, they were never allowed to borrow from any nation. They were only allowed to be lenders. And that guarantees that if you're issuing your money, you're never going to become a servant to another nation, because the borrower is always servant to the lender. So there's a video on YouTube. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's called The Secret of Oz. And it's written by Frank L. Baum, who wrote, it's a video about the book written by Frank L. Baum, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, which is an allegory to what happened to the monetary system in the United States in the late 1800s. And it goes into the nature of money and the nature of how the elite control countries. And they like to get control of their monetary systems, and it's the easiest way to take over countries, to take over the monetary system. And they actually commissioned Benjamin Franklin to tell them, why is the United States becoming so rich? And he basically spilled the beans. He said that they're issuing their own money. And he actually is the one that invented the ledger system, the double entry ledger system for accounting, which allowed the monetary system to work with all the transactions that they were providing. And the banks of Europe said that we have to stop this, because if we allow it to go any further, they'll drain the rest of the world of all their intellect, and they'll basically take over the world. So the gist of this documentary, one part of it was that the British banks took the north of the United States and the French banks took the south, and their goal was to split the Union into a point of chaos so that they could pass the National Bank Act, so that they could then install a private national bank, central bank, so that they could then take over this monetary system that was a product of the Quakers in Pennsylvania. And what also happened in the late 1700s during the same period was the federal government wanted to do the same thing that was happening in the States. So they issued the Continental, the first national currency of the United States. And the banks of Europe wanted to squash that, so they started counterfeiting it. and they had like 100 million Continentals coming on every ship into New York Harbor, and they're just basically handing out large bags of them to anyone who wanted it. So they ended up bringing down the value of the currency by 50% in a very short time, and then the international shorters brought it down to zero. And the meme of the time was anything that wasn't worth much, it wasn't worth a Continental, because they basically drove the value down to zero. So they squashed the national issued money, but they couldn't squash the state level issued money. So then they had to basically create so much chaos during Lincoln's presidency so that they could get him to sign the National Bank Act, and then they basically murdered him 2 weeks later. So what's happening in California right now is part of a movement, and I think there's 48 states that are going to follow the same route. Now, North Dakota has been the only state that's had a public state bank since the 1920s. And they're basically immune to the regular flow of the economy. Like 2008 didn't touch them at all. They had no decline in their monetary levels. So they had sovereignty. And so when the states start having public state banks, each state will be sovereign to a new level. They'll be able to control their state money levels. And this is really the ideal, because that type of control should be at the state level, not the federal level, because centralized power, we never use centralized power, you centralize representation, and you ruin representation. So the more local you can be with certain things, the better things will work out. So that's when I see what's happening now with the United States, and it could lead to another orchestrated unrest by the big guys. With that's why I tuned in, because you were talking about the possibility of civil war, John. So
yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and I don't discount the machinations of the Machiavellians. I mean, I talk about that on a regular basis. Like one of the biggest issues I think modern Western civilization faces is the fact that because we've been living pretty stable, especially in the United States, right? Like we've had stability. I mean, it's just like, oh, well, stuff happens, a few roller coasters here and there, but like, other than a couple years here, a couple years there, but really, other than the Great Depression, and then outliers for before that, but since that time, the vast majority of Americans are not worried about starvation, right? Like we're not worried about the somebody coming in that's I'm talking from an authority perspective and like taking all of our money, right? It's more of that happens sometimes, but it's very, very outlier, right? Not something that the average person is worried about. And that, in my opinion, that has led to this misconception and this naive worldview that there aren't actually a few who really are out to do everything in their power to gain control and ultimate power at that point, and are willing to.
What you're saying is that something is happening, but it's going undetected at this point.
Well, right now I don't think it's going undetected. I think it's being done in plain sight. But the problem is the majority of people in Western civilization are naive to the premise that there really are people that are out to get them. In terms
of it's part of social engineering too, because when you put everyone on treadmills every day, at the end of the day, they really don't feel like thinking. And when you provide them with entertainment in the evening, they're pretty much inoculated from, revolution or anything like that.
Well, I agree with you on that. And one of the, I've not on I don't think any of these streams, but I've actually made points about this and like some political things I've been involved in. That when you look at the generational welfarism and the end outcomes of what's occurring in that, we now have no less than in certain subsets, we have no less than 4 sequential generations that have been on welfare, not like came onto it and then left, or weren't on it and then came in. That from childhood, they and everybody they know in their family, like previous generations, have been, and everybody around them in their neighborhood, have not been able to be self-sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the studies on like the ramifications of that on sense of self-worth, self-esteem, and then how that correlates directly with alcoholism and drug addiction, it's like, okay, just through that mechanism, you've taken out whole segments of society of being I'm talking about from a threat perspective to the totalitarians. Like, okay, we don't have to worry about that segment of society. Yeah, we can use them as pawns from here and there, but in terms of them actually rebelling against us, we're good. We don't have to worry about them. Then you look at the point you talked about, treadmills, right? Like the worker bee, perpetual chasing the hamster wheel, and then watching TV and don't actually think for yourself, or you're just too exhausted to contemplate. And to, other than a tertiary perspective, oh yeah, there's somebody didn't like that, but then fast forward 6 months goes by, they forgot about it. And then on the other side, you got people who have education and have been brainwashed to follow along with this being the correct path on one side. And then you got another demographic that is quasi-educated, but when you look at them, they're hyper-targeted for medications to deal with stress and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's engineering at every angle. It's engineering.
Absolutely. When you look at it from like, okay, when you've got no less than 40% of adults in the United States are taking some form of antidepressant, what does that do to you? That creates a flat line. You might not be feeling stressed, but you're also just flat. You're not having emotional response, right? Things aren't pissing you off. You're just kind of like, hey, whatever. Okay, so now what have you got? You've now accounted for over 50% of the population no longer being a real threat to the takeover by the Machiavellians. And I think now they've reached the point where I say it's being done in plain sight now. When politicians will go on the news and literally state the polar opposite of what they stated the previous day, or in Congress, or on a law they just voted on, and they'll go on and misrepresent it, not just slightly, but completely misrepresent it.
Mm-hmm.
They're just gambling, like, oh, well, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, there's going to be a small demographic of people that are paying attention, and they're going to be pissed, and they're going to call me out on it. But that message and being called out is never going to be the rest of the majority is never going to focus on this. They'll never even recognize that it's happened. And therefore I can continue to do whatever the hell I want to do. And then when you think of it from when an incumbent politician has a 96% chance of reelection, 96, regardless of what they do, why would I not do whatever the hell I want to do? If I know no matter what I do, I've got 96% probability of getting reelected. Look, I'm going to operate with basically no fear of reprisal other than from my peers. For that, it'll only be for their perpetuation of their power versus from any kind of like moral or civic statesmanship responsibility perspective. It's amazing. But anyway, CJ, you got anything you want to weigh in on this? I know you like talking about this kind of thing as well.
Yeah, I do think, with a lot of this kind of stuff, a big portion of the problem is that we are so, I think, physical, honestly. I know that sounds kind of weird, but what I mean is like a lot of people do not really have any sort of a belief in any sort of metaphysical. And I think it causes them to, because we have a natural inclination towards worshiping people, or towards worshiping things, I should say. We are beings meant to worship. I think it leads people when they reject the metaphysical to start worshiping the physical. And that can very often include politicians. And so it's not, that's one of the reasons I think they can get away with literally anything is like, and I've seen this in politicians on both the left and the right. And a lot of times it's not even the politician themselves' fault, although sometimes it is. But you saw near worship of Obama, near worship of Trump, near worship of Bernie Sanders, where it's like these people can do no wrong whatsoever in the eyes of their constituents. And if they decide they want to abuse that, not every politician does, but if they decide they want to abuse that, I mean, you can get to some dangerous places, right? Because nobody's going to call them out for it. And I think that's a real problem in America. We have serious political messianism, meaning like falsely attributing messiahship to people. And I think that's a really big problem, honestly.
Well, to me, it seems like people are yearning for someone they can trust in. They want to be able to trust in a federal leader, but I think federalism is a lost cause. What they should be doing is looking for what they want at the local level, and that means everything that's been delegated, most of what's been delegated or stolen by the federal government has to come back to the states, so people can vote for people they know they can trust because they're closer to them, they're more accountable, they're approachable, and nothing in Washington is approachable. I mean, the minute you frown, the guns start coming out, the officers and whatnot. So there has to be a healthy shift back to localism or something on a state level, municipal level. But you can only do that by laying. You need the goose that lays the golden egg, which is basically the right to issue money at the state level and municipal level. And once you have enough money, what do you need the government for? The federal government. I mean, if you have all the money you need to do what you need to do, what do you need the federal government for at that point? Not very much. But since they want to, we're in this unhealthy entanglement of debt back and forth between the state and federal level, there seems to be this overwhelming obligation. Like for me, taxation should only be something that you use to adjust for inflation. It shouldn't be used to pay for anything. You should be spending money into existence at the infrastructure level, and everything should be pristine infrastructurally, and that creates the ideal environment for small business and the economy.
Well, the major issue with what we're facing right now is the reality that, I mean, what is the primary, constitutionally, what's the primary reason for the federal government, right? It's for the military, right? And international and interstate trade, right? Those are the two fundamentally most important components of the Constitution.
But
No
the
ifs,
thing
ands,
is,
buts. But where I'm going with this is where we are now. This coincides with kind of a point you were making. But where we are now is we hear ad nauseum about like, oh, the military budget's just ridiculous. It's 17% of the budget, of the federal budget. So the power granted to the federal government and its responsibility, which is the protection of borders, is only 17% of the budget. So
the federal government, that $800 billion they earmark doesn't just go to protect borders. It goes to support an empire. Basically, they have 900 bases outside of the borders.
No, I get all that. What I'm saying is that I'm talking about in the context of where, like, the taxes, where should money be going? Like, is it justified, etc. Is we hear from the media and from the activists and all this kind of stuff that, like, oh, there's so much money spent on the military. It's just ridiculous. I'm like, it's only 17% of the budget. Where's all this other money being spent if our infrastructure sucks and is collapsing around us? Like, and not just here and now. It's like I remember the stimulus package from the Great Recession, right? It was $815 billion. And it was supposed to go to roads and bridges. only about 5% of that money actually went to roads and bridges. And to put it in context, there's 47,856 miles of interstate in the United States. And accounting for inflation, we spent just under, or right at $800 billion to build the entire interstate system from scratch.
Mhm.
So how did we manage to spend $815 billion on a stimulus package for roads and bridges, which is more than it would cost to build, accounting for inflation, to build the interstate system from scratch, and we're still driving on crappy roads?
Well, this is an issue that's being raised in California, and that is any municipal spending is the cost is at least double what it should be. And it's mainly because they're borrowing the money from the private banks to pay for the projects, and the banks with the servicing contract on that loan are charging up to 50% to 100% interest. And that's the big problem. Like in Canada, where I am, we spent $63 billion this past year on interest on our national debt, but nowhere near that amount was spent on new projects in Canada. So there's like in the province where I'm from, New Brunswick, one of the poorest provinces, their national or their provincial annual payment on interest is nearing $1 billion a year, and they can't afford to pay 1 cent of it. So their provincial debt is going up by $1 billion a year uncontrollably. So if they had a public bank and they started issuing money, and all the accounts of the provincial government went into that public bank instead of the private bank, they could start loaning money and start making money. But the thing is, when the government issues a $10,000 bill, that's $10,000 of profit instantly. But when they borrow $10,000, that's $10,000 of debt instantly. And there's a $20,000 difference between those two positions. They just go in diametrically opposed directions. One goes down, the other goes up. So,
well, I agree with you on that. And in line with, we were talking about the individual states. I think obviously one of the single biggest elements of power for the federal government, it stems from grants and all of this money that supposedly goes back to the states, of course, without accounting for all the loss and the waste from the state to DC back to the state. But I think this is what's going to be required for if the separation ever happens, or if there's a move to actually rein Washington, D.C. back under control. And that is the states coming to the realization that if you stopped sending money to D.C. and you kept it for yourself, I'm talking about the tax revenue, you would magically have more money than you would know what to do with in relation to operating your state.
that's if you are not getting loans from the federal government, through their banking system, like the Federal Reserve, which is a banking system.
Well, well, true, but the point I'm making is for the on the individual state level, for example, like Tennessee had like I forget the exact number on the surplus, but they had a surplus, right? And have had one for quite some time. That's with sending tax dollars to, I'm talking about the citizens sending tax dollars to DC. If the governor, let's say there's a movement and the governor of Tennessee says, citizens of Tennessee, as of tomorrow, we will no longer be sending any income tax revenue to Washington. We're going to maintain it here. You're talking about billions of dollars suddenly being available for the state of Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And so my point is that the necessity or the potential need for loans vanishes.
Yeah, but
immediately,
like you say,
vanishes.
that the problem now is that the whole money supply in the United States is an IOU to the private banks. And when you talk about Washington, you're really talking about the private banks, because they basically privatized Washington. Same thing happened in Canada in 1974 when we join the Bank of International Settlements. When we privatized the money supply, which was part of the policy of joining the bank of the BIS, the banks turned around and privatized our government, and interest rates, soon climbed up to 21% by 1980. Like before 1974, it cost $6 to fill your tank, and it cost 1 year's salary to buy a house. But it's because of what the banks have done through interest. They inflated the cost of everything, and they can easily manipulate the whole country by the issuance of money and the allocation. They decide where money goes. They decide who gets a loan, who doesn't get a loan. Like in Canada, I think this is common in the United States, every bank has a 13% cap on small business loans. So the portfolio of any one bank can't go above 13% on small business loans. And you ask them why. And they say, well, because small businesses are so risky. I mean, they go bankrupt so easily. But then you ask them, well, why are they going bankrupt so easily? It's because you have this artificial cap on the money supply available to small business. They can't grow beyond a certain point. And it's like winning the lottery if you do get a loan. And who are you going to do business with? The other 87% didn't get a loan. So you're going to go bankrupt even though you got a loan, within the next 5 years. And the same thing happened to Tennessee. Tennessee's credit rating could go down overnight, and their interest payment on all their state loans could go up, skyrocket, and they could try to bankrupt the state if they did anything like withholding tax. And tax is primarily a lien against the loans that the government has from these big banks, because so much of it goes back as interest payment, the taxation.
Well, yeah, with like the United States, the federal debt service just crossed. I've crossed it. It was right at $500 billion a year. It was just the debt, just the interest.
Mm-hmm.
And I get your point on the credit rating can go down, but the interest rate's not going to go up. It would go up on new debt. It wouldn't go up on existing debt unless they had variable rate. Which I think the vast majority of state debt, at least here, is bonds, fixed rate bonds. So I don't know if they'd necessarily be able to see a skyrocket in any additional. This is my point in terms of I agree with you. If they didn't already have a surplus, right, and we're having to borrow a bunch of money, like a lot of states are, I agree with you completely that you would be in serious deep crap. But even for the states that are in debt right now, like a Chicago or a Illinois, for example, and Chicago and all the craziness happening there. If the entire state of Chicago, that is the state of Chicago these days, but from a voting standpoint, for this entire state of Illinois, completely suspended all tax revenue to DC. And to DC, I'm not saying the tax revenue is not still collected. I'm saying it's not going to DC. The state would magically be able to service their debt. And then you have to look at it from a pragmatic perspective. Yes, there would be hiccups. However, the private banks are now going to be faced with a choice. Do we want to have 100% default? Or do we just want to be willing to accept that things have changed a little bit? Now, I don't think just one state doing this by themselves would be able to pull it off. I think they would get absolutely creamed. However,
that's what I wanted to hear you say.
However, if Texas, Florida, and Georgia, for example, those three states collectively decided to do what I'm talking about right now, the amount of revenue that we're talking about would be nuts. But I'm talking about I'm saying the end objective of this I'm talking about right now is to get the federal government under control. And the point is that end game could be interesting. However, if you're talking about Florida, Texas, Georgia, between those three, you're talking about 65 million people, right? You're talking about a lot of revenue. So now what's the federal government faced with? They're in a worse position than the states are from a loss of revenue standpoint. This is basic negotiation skills, right? And then,
well, it's already a Ponzi scheme, so they're already in a bad state. It's just that we bought into the Ponzi scheme.
oh, agreed. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's now you can either get your act together and stop just being nuts, or we're calling your bluff. And I'm talking about to the deep state. I'm talking to the politicians. Like, we're going to keep this money, and you got to think about, like, and that's why I say, like, Texas had to be a major player. Like, Texas has more refineries for oil than any other place on the planet. Like, you don't think that a Texas could be able to set up very rapid trade deals? I bet you they could. No ifs, ands, buts about it.
The unrest that would ensue would, it's like Venezuela has, the second largest oil reserves on the planet, but they're going down the tubes right now because of the international brokers have basically inflated the price of everything coming into the country to the point where the 13 main items that they buy, like toilet paper, is up like 13,000% in price, and that's prices across the board. And it's just like in Canada or in the West, when the U.S. Went off the gold standard in 1970, and then they went on the oil standard in 1973 when they signed the pact with OPEC. The first thing that OPEC did is they quadrupled the price of oil, and they created amazing amounts of inflation, but they used that as a means to blame the government for their monetary policies. It had nothing to do with government monetary policies. It was an orchestrated act to basically take the money supply of Western countries out of public control and put it into control. As they said, the free market will solve this problem. We have to give our money supplies to banks, the private banks, and they'll solve our problems. But they made it, 10 times worse. And they raised interest rates to 20% to take all the old money out of supply. So there was nothing but their bank credit available. So they had everything locked down. They had complete control of the economies.
Welcome back, Sal.
Hi. Just a quick admin thing. LPP, are you free 8 p.m. on Saturday?
This coming Saturday?
Yeah. Tell you what's happening. MDD's trying to. MDD has got me recruited for another debate on anti-theism.
Okay. Who is this with?
Amy and James W. If you're not interested, I just
on anti-theism.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like what's the official title they're wanting to do?
Oh goodness. Let's see. Maybe I shouldn't sign up for this unless I know what I'm talking about. Whether anti-theism is reasonable.
Whether theism is what is this? Okay, so they're trying to like dovetail off of like, is atheism the reasonable, or whatever my one with that sounds like a spin off of my debate with Randolph Richardson. Is anti-theism reasonable?
Anything that applies to atheism would apply there and more.
This is 8 p.m. Let me see. I got some crap I got to do. Let me see. Let me check my calendar.
Like a lot. This was all last minute. I guess MDD wanted to fill out his schedule, so.
Hold on, is it 8 p.m. Eastern or Central?
It's usually Eastern. 8 p.m. Eastern. So that would be what? 7 p.m. Central. That's too early. Okay.
If they all push it back an hour, I'll do it.
Check the private chat, CJ.
Okay.
Whoever that is.
Definitely will do that. Just 1 second.
Yeah, if they'll push it back an hour.
I'll pass that on to James.
You guys, I'm not.
If he wants to put you in the loop. So that's all I had. That's that's
Okay.
the main reason I jumped in. So
Man, so sidebar. So this whole debate that Converse is trying to set up with you and me versus
Fodor and Gnosis.
Yeah, that'll be interesting if that one happens.
Wait,
I tell you what
would the topic of that one be? Out of curiosity.
I think the current one is originally they said like, is DNA code evidence for God? And then I initially responded back with, because you know how they always love to play the semantic game. So I'm like, no, it's not. If it is the genetic code evidence for God, and then I think we changed it to, or the last suggestion was what is DNA evidence for God? Isn't that what we kind of came up with?
And that the main reason
I'm not playing a dumbass semantics game with those idiots
No.
on like, oh well, it's not actually the DNA. Are you saying that the DNA itself is the code versus the sequence? I mean, that's what they would do. It's guaranteed. I'm not giving them that opening.
Because of James Tour's just crushing, I mean, steamrolling over. It's like a bulldozer or a steamroller rolled over an ant with Dave Farina. There's a lot about the argument of DNA even outside the code. He just brutalized Professor Dave, and that's why that'd be the angle that I'd go, because it's just he basically gave us a gold mine to dig. I mean, if anyone wants to challenge that,
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna. There's no reason to give him semantic openings because I agree with you completely. I mean, there's so much in our favor on that one. It's
so I mean, I'm basically giving my playbook. I mean, if I'm getting to the point. I think they're actually going to be backing down in the future, because unless they're T-Jump and they're just not really aware of what's going on, they'll just debate it. I mean, T-Jump was just arguing with me over this. I said, "Don't he was pretty good at." Using his lack of knowledge actually to make all these assertions, because if actually he knew more, he probably would not in good conscience say some of the stuff he did.
That's the plague of these debates, is all this propositional logic, propositional statements. They reduce everything to nothing. There's nothing beyond the propositional statement. They reduce the whole category to this one proposition when there's a lot of procedure involved.
That's why I refuse. So earlier this week, James was trying to get me to do a debate tomorrow with Ask Yourself and somebody, and I'm like, absolutely not. I've debated that guy before, and I've watched his debates, and I predicted my last one with him. It was utter dumpster fire, and it was. They refuse to have any kind of they claim to be agnostics, but then refuse to have any discussion other than a propositional logic statements. And I'm like,
that irritated me.
I'm not going to engage in that. Like, if we can't have conversation in anything other than prop statements, like I'm not doing it. And I stated it before we had the debate, and then we got into the debate, and they did it anyway. Exactly what I predicted after they claimed that wasn't what was going to happen.
Definition of dumpster fire.
Yeah, and then tried to make it out like I was the one being unreasonable, when it's like we already discussed this beforehand, and now you're doing exactly what I predicted you were going to do, and you've done it in every single one of your debates. So I mean, it's like absolutely pointless.
It's a proposition, or it's not an argument. Okay, fine, whatever.
I also wanted to say I'm realizing this whole thing about Brandolini's law, that it takes 10 times, it takes an order of magnitude. So I'll just say 10 times more effort to clean up BS than to state it. And that was illustrated well with the Dave Farina, James Tour thing. Farina in 20 minutes just dumped a whole bunch of BS on the internet. And it took a world-class chemist 10 hours to clean it up. He did a great job. He just crushed Farina. But I'm just like, yeah, that's kind of the problem with these debates.
Well,
people
and
can just make assertions and get away with it.
Well, and what's amazing to me about this, and this concept in general, but like It is obvious. It is obvious beyond doubt at this point that, at least with a bunch of people on YouTube anyway, they either lack the capacity, the mental capacity to comprehend when their talking points are being utterly annihilated, or we got back or are living in such a state of delusional fantasy that they're not even attempting to comprehend, like actually consider whether or not their positions are valid. I mean, it's like, oh no, I had a whole back and forth with this guy the other day about like and he was adamantly claiming that abiogenesis had been accounted for. And it's like, no, pretty sure that hasn't been yet. And
It's a proposition about propositions.
It was just going on and on and on about how I was uninformed about abiogenesis, and like it's already been accounted for. And I'm just like, man, this guy he's watched a Wannabe Day video probably, or he's read a couple of articles that are the hype that Dr. Tour is referring to in the series, and has never gone below the surface. And it's like, it was case in point with that Henry Kyle guy, right? Going on his blatant, everything up in the cell is automatic, nothing but thermodynamics. It's like, I'm not saying that there aren't it's like when I addressed that and said that wasn't, I mean, he was incorrect. Anyway, he made the assertion that my interpretation of his like adamant, like coming back at me, how ignorant, uninformed I was, hadn't taken classes, I'm not educated, etc., etc. It's like he was interpreting that as me saying there was no thermodynamic actions in living cells. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying that it's not all purely automated, nothing but reactionary. It's nothing but physics and chemistry, and what I was pointing out to him was like, there's literally been studies and many assertions that it's not all just physics and chemistry. Like deterministic chemistry cannot account for everything that we call life. And this is recognized, but he's like, I've just gotten done with 3 classes, blah, 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 blah. I had a top professor. And it's like, yeah, buddy. I'm pretty sure you're getting in your undergrad class right now, you're getting the general overview. But I doubt, unless he's one of the very, very, very adamant, deterministic, mechanistic types, that if you actually go below the surface level talking points of your general class, he would continue to make that assertion.
Yeah. And the whole thing about credentials and accreditation, I think it should, that's a sideshow. It's whether what you state is true and accurate, and to what extent is really good, solid textbook. Abiogenesis is not solid textbook. Basic chemistry and even like, probability. So, and this whole thing is just chemistry and physics. That's just another red herring, because that has so many ways of being interpreted and misinterpreted.
All right. Case in point. Quote, nucleotide and eventually amino acid sequencing are both physiodynamically inert. Cause and effect physical determinism, in other words, cannot account for the programming of sequence-dependent biofunction. Like, I don't know how much more blunt that's got to be, than to directly countermand a talking point, right? And by the way, for folks, that's, I just read, there's like a list of citations in support of that statement I just made. And
the thing that James Tour and James Carter and the other biochemists and organic chemists and physical chemists and synthetic chemists did in this last round is that rather than giving the quotations, they explained it in terms of the textbook stuff that someone with Henry Kyle's education should understand. And I've tried to explain some of this on my channel. It's we don't have to get even that fancy. It's as simple as if you have a randomizing process, which would be the case in a prebiotic soup. You can't expect certain things. It's really that simple. You can't expect, like, okay, good example, law of large numbers. If you shake a whole pile of coins up and dump them on the table, you can't expect them to be 100% heads. And that's what you would need to build DNA, even at the basic level. And these are just, James Tour did just a fabulous job of saying, okay, forget the citations. Look at your basic chemistry. This should be really clear to anyone with Henry Kyle's education. And I asked him if he watched James Tour's video. He said he hasn't yet. So, I mean,
that's a very interesting common response. I haven't yet. I haven't been able to find the time yet. I run around issuing adamant talking points and telling people they don't know what they're talking about. But I have somehow not managed to have time to actually question whether or not my positions are true or false, or proven beyond all doubt, or in question. I mean, it's amazing. As a sidebar, Sal, there was have you seen the whole muon G2 whatever potentially new law of physics press release yesterday? Apparently there's a unexpected vibrational speed or something. They've just come from a LHC or a collider experiment. So now I think could be evidence of a new physical law of physics we were unaware of, right? Okay, so here's what I found interesting is in order for it to be considered their standards they were citing, for it to be considered, right now they're only at a 1 in 40,000 chance of it not being able to be disproven, right? Or non-repeatable. But they're not going to consider it a discovery per the Sigma 5 standard or whatever until it's 1 in 3.5 million. Okay. I'm like, okay, let's think about this for uno momento. So in this context, you won't consider it a valid discovery unless you can get it down to 1 in 3.5 million. However, you will adamantly argue on the flip side that a 1 in 10 to the 20th power is totally reasonable. You'll argue that even though the probabilistic resources, the probability bound is 1 in 10 to the 150th, right? Oh, wait, just the improbabilities for the replication factors is 1 in 10 to the 1017th freaking power. But no, that's totally reasonable. There's some way that could have happened. But on the flip side, 1 in 3.5 million is considered, you have to be that good to be considered valid. Like, are you kidding me? It's amazing.
Speaking of these probabilities, they're generated on paper, right? When they consider the factors. But Sal, have you seen the software that who's the guy you work with, the biologist?
John Sanford.
He wrote a program, didn't he, that simulates evolution and shows entropy buildup?
Mendel's accountant, and I would probably recommend that it can be independently done. People have been saying, I want to get a hold of the software. I said, why don't you just build it yourself, use basic population genetics theory and see what happens?
Now, can that be done because the high predictability of chemical reactions, can that be done for abiogenesis as well?
No. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Just like you don't need the computation to say that it's improbable to take 1,000 fair coins and flip them and they all get heads. You don't need a computation for that. And there are lots of things with the consistent linkage and all the contaminated bonding that can happen. You don't need, it's plain as day, because we don't need a simulation. We actually will get it naturally in our test tube experiments. And the only way you circumvent it is you have a 90-page recipe of what a synthetic chemist can barely do to get a little bit of purification. And so we actually don't need an the better stuff is if we can actually do it with physical stuff, but all of our physics and experiments, both theory and experiment show this is it's not feasible. And the funny thing is, one of the best papers on this was The Paradoxes of Life by Steve Benner, who's a tremendous abiogenesis advocate. He listed all the reasons, that all the problems that we're having to face. And I'm just like, why do you still believe there's naturalistic abiogenesis? He probably stated the case better than anyone. And people say you're quote mining, etc. But the thing about the last thing with James Tour, and then also James Carter and Brandon Hayes and Change Tan, and Rob Stadler, they go back to the actual basic chemistry. You don't need to refer to the papers. You can refer to the papers, but then you can actually see it from undergraduate chemistry why this is the case.
So are you saying
that's why I'm trying to teach more chemistry on my channels, even for people who are just like, say, mechanics that haven't had chemistry backgrounds. They can see it if they just get a little bit more. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I'm just, are you saying that a simulation of chemical reactions can't be built on a computer?
Yes, it's very hard. It's very hard. In fact, I talked to I talked to some chemists. I said, you know what? And this was about, say, 10 years ago. I said, what can you describe? I mean, can you predict the chemical interactions if you have a complex? And he said, yeah, we can use this program called Gauss. It can get about maybe 30 atoms, but even that was pretty tough.
So you're saying the results are very low, but you use a computer program to extrapolate over time. So you take the time frame that the evolutionists want to give to abiogenesis, and you put in your factors, your inputs, and what would your outputs be after, say 2 billion years or what? So
so aren't you saying that
there's a very simple there's just briefly, there's a very simple thing that James Carter pointed out. The RNA world at room temperature will fall apart in a few weeks. We know that experimentally. There's no need to do a computer simulation. Your RNAs are dead. I mean, this is really well known. That's why they have to freeze these RNAs at like minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit. And they say, if you don't do that, this is what's going to happen. And even at minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit, there's a half-life. We don't need to model that computationally. And what's happening in the abiogenesis industry is they ignore all that, and it's not very honest.
No, it isn't. But they do talk about how, you need to get the parts. I was thinking, even though you have life and death cycles, would there be convolution of an aggregation of parts that would add up to stability at some point? Or
no. And that's why I'm trying to emphasize, we can speculate on this, but I'm trying to teach more chemistry on my channel, because for people that aren't chemists, they'll start to see it if they just devote a little bit of effort. It starts to become really clear.
Jeremy, a big portion of what they're realized, or they've known but have been kind of glossing over, is that unless you have all of these simultaneously existing components, being able to maintain stability in order to accomplish any level of replication and so on is just not even remotely feasible. It's not plausible, and it's proven, it's observable to not be possible to occur without all of these other factors. So then you go back to the simultaneous requirement paradox, right? Like, I have to have all these things that we all recognize. Well, there's just no way that they could just. We know they can't all come into existence at the same time, because that'd just be the improbability of that is so mind-bendingly insane. Like, we can't actually claim that. So, because that's not actually feasible, and that's not plausible. So we're going to go back to this, like, it happened one step at a time. However, the experimental evidence and observation shows that, well, and this kind of like the linkage problem that Sal was mentioning a little while ago, right? Like, even if you can get some of these ones that are longer to be pre-synthesized to see if we can get them to replicate and so on and so forth, once we get to 100, we have to have ligase. Like, no ifs, ands, buts about it. Like, you got to have it, or you're toast, right? But that's assuming that you got to that point somehow in the first place.
Yeah.
Like they're not even able to get 20 plus to bind together without other enzymes, right? Like they can't even get to that point. So you're running into all of these conundrums, and then they're they're trying to gloss over with ribozymes and all this kind of stuff, but they won't tell you that okay, it can do a reaction, but it's asphalt, it's junk. It's not
They don't
actually
have chirality right as well, I hear.
Oh yeah, they don't have a chirality. I mean, there's so many different issues that it's like I think one of the points that kind of Sal's making too, I know Dr. Tor is making this point, is like any one of these things that I'm pointing out annihilates the concept of this being remotely feasible. It's kind of the point of, it's the foundation of Dr. James Tan and Dr. Stadler's book, Stairway to Life. And the way they frame things in the book is like, okay, let's assume that somehow we accounted for step 1. Now let's move on to step 2. Here's why step 2 is not plausible, right? And it's like any of these it's not just an order, like have to be done in this order. It's like any of these, all of these basically have to be accounted for. And they all have massive paradoxes that are not remotely plausible unless you have them working in synchronicity.
What's interesting is, evolution doesn't make sense without abiogenesis. And these abiogenesis experiments don't make sense because they're starting with a highly refined product. So they have this abiogenesis to abiogenesis problem where they can't get the functional materials they need. And from the get-go, you leave a slime pool to itself, it starts creating stuff in the wrong direction. So you're just, right from the start, you start heading off in the wrong direction for life.
Yeah, absolutely. And LR, thanks for joining the stream. I guess is this your first time in? I know I've seen you in comments and side chats before.
Yeah, I've been in here a few times, probably like last month about so, but I appreciate the open mic as always.
No problem. Anything you want to
and just a quick mic check. I didn't want to be too tangential. I know that you guys are already on a different subject, but just to deviate from the abiogenesis, if you don't mind, with the free will topic, would you agree that there is a difference between will and free will, or would you kind of just allude that there is no such thing as a will if it's not free?
We have limited free will. If I had perfect free will like God, I could wish anything and it would happen, right? So I have free will within a context.
Free will within a context? You mean like a situationalist, meaning every situation you have, there's certain limitations to the choices you can make? Is that what you're saying?
Overall, I have a limitation. I can't go beyond a certain point overall.
The limitations have nothing to do with whether it's free or not.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's freedom to choose, right? Choose free will for the most part is the freedom to choose, because that's the big thing that really makes the biggest difference in our life.
Well, I guess you're kind of sneaking in the word. You're begging the question by sneaking the word, and you have freedom of choice, which I would say that there's a clear difference between, in my opinion, there's a clear difference between having free will and will, and the difference being with free will, the abstract thought that you're able to place yourself abstractly in another situation that you're not physically in, right? So right now you can picture yourself sitting in a bar or walking around Walmart, right? You can picture yourself doing that. Once you're there, once you go to Walmart, or once you're sitting at the bar, when it comes to free will, you would have to then show that you could have made a different choice. But everything is causal and everything has an effect. And there's obviously problems that I have problems with dealing with the regress fallacy and everything. But I think that once you have free will, you must be able to demonstrate that you could have made a different choice. And I just don't think that that's possible.
Okay. Do you have any kids?
No.
Okay. Do you know what Minecraft is?
Of course.
Okay. Inside of the game of Minecraft, can you go and kind of build whatever you want?
Yes, I believe.
With certain limitations, right?
Yes.
Obviously, like inside the scope of the game, the laws of physics inside of the game, what parts you have, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
But inside of the game, assuming you are inside of those specific restrictions, right? You can pretty much do whatever you want. Like, there's no limitation on like what word you want to spell out with whatever it is you're building, or like, oh, I'm going to build a house this big, or whatever it is, right? I watch my daughter do this all the time, right? So would you say that inside of the game, taking into account the rules that were put in place by the developers, right, when they constructed it, does my daughter or you, whoever's playing, do they have free will inside of the game?
I would say no.
So they don't get to decide whether or not they do or do not build something?
No, because I think the limitations. I can see the analogy you're trying to allude to. I don't think it's a good analogy, but just to go along your.
So no. Hang on. Before you dodge, answer the question.
No, I am.
Do they have? No. We're not going down a dance as I hear with people like you all the time on this. Inside of the game.
What is people like me, LPP?
Inside of the game, do you or do you not have the choice as to push the buttons necessary to select whichever material you're going to use and what you want to structure? Yes or no?
You're given choices. I don't think they're free choices to answer that question.
To actualize the choice, do you have the option to do or not to do?
Yes, that you have the will to make that choice. Is it a free will? I would not call it a free will. It's a will. There's a difference between a will and having a free will. Are you suggesting that the person must push the button?
Yes, I believe that as soon as you push the button, you can.
No. Choice to push the button or not to push the button.
Yes, once you enact on that choice to push the button, there is no way to demonstrate you could have chosen another button. There's no way to demonstrate that.
Why would that be necessary?
How would you prove you? In order to, one of the main grounds that free will stands on is the ability to make another choice. Prove that. How can you prove that you could have made a different choice after making the choice? It's a very difficult thing to wrap my mind.
Okay,
I don't see why that's necessary for free will. I mean, you have a number of choices before the action. When you take the action, you basically are executing your free will. Now, post executing your free will, you basically have the freedom to go on to another set of choices.
How do you demonstrate that?
Undo time. I mean, you'd have to have control over time then.
So, LR, do you operate from the perspective you have zero responsibility?
No, of course not.
Okay, so
zero responsibility to whom? I guess in that context.
No. I mean, I'm talking about for your own actions.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Okay, cool. So, if you decide to kill somebody, was that your choice? Yes or no?
On a fundamental level, I don't think that it was my choice. I think if I ended up murdering someone, all the choices that predisposed me to, doing that terrible action, it was all.
So you don't actually think you actually have a choice or any responsibility then, because nothing about you didn't have. Okay, let me rephrase. Do you think you have control over your actions? Yes or no?
Control in what sense? That's very.
To kill or not to kill?
Control in the sense of I'm conscious about it. Yes. Control in the sense of there's some fundamental hierarchy of free will responsibility.
Okay, so you're a pure determinist then?
No.
Well, everything you're describing is determinism.
Yes, it's soft determinism, not hard determinism.
Okay, so you don't want to accept any kind of responsibility because it's actually from previous actions. Well, no, dude, the fancy way you're talking here still results in what I'm saying being the actual reality. Not whether or not you want to accept it or not has no relevance.
What do you mean?
Are you suggesting you don't have the choice to not do something?
I have the choice to not do something. I don't think that's can that be defined as a choice by not doing something?
Yeah, because you're claiming that once you decide to do something, there's nothing else you could have. You don't know if you weren't going to do it, or you can make a different choice. I'm saying, do you have, when you're faced with choice, do you have the option to not do it?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, but as soon as I enact on that choice to avoid an action, I don't think that that's free. I think that was a causal and effect.
So you
type of
weren't
situation.
free to make a decision not to do something.
Yes, like I said, I don't agree. I
Okay,
don't
okay.
believe free
No,
will.
I'm just
I believe
clarifying.
I
I'm
believe
just clarifying
will.
because this whole little convoluted, twisty load of bovine scatology that I hear from atheists all the time is it's a very blatant and just blatantly obvious attempt to intellectually circumvent any type of actual accountability and responsibility for their own actions.
That's terrible. That's not at all. That's
At
a
the,
very
at the,
high misrepresentation of what I
no,
just
no,
said.
it's not. At
But
the
go
end
ahead.
of the no, at the end of the day, this is what it always boils down to. Of oh well,
avoiding
I
responsibility.
didn't actually. No, okay,
Are you saying that's his intent,
the
John?
worldview that you just described here of I don't have a choice to not do something because it was previous stuff led me to this, and if I do something, there's no way for me to tell if I could have done something else because of all this other stuff that happened before that led to this. So I don't really either way, whether it's I decide not to do something or I decide to do something, either way I didn't have a choice. So ultimately, that means you don't have any level of actual control over what you do or do not do. So if you have no control of what you do or no control of what you don't do, then you are removing any and all element of responsibility for your actions.
An objective responsibility, sure, but subjectively, no. I think subjectively, people can have responsibility that they give to themselves and
Okay,
their
so if it's only
society.
if it's only subjective, then is there any absolute moral standard?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so if I decide, dude, this kind of crap is so ridiculous.
Oh my
So
god! Because are you going to go down
here's-
a line of like killing babies and raping people? Is that objectively wrong? Is that the question you're going to go down to? I'm assuming that that's what you're going to allude to.
is there you can insert whatever example you want. What's your position?
Exactly what I just stated. I don't think there's objective morality. I don't think there's objective truth with capital
Okay.
T.
So if you decide that something is not wrong from your subjective opinion, does that mean you can go and do it and there should be no you didn't have any control one way or the other?
Wait, say that again. If I go and
Okay, so if society decides that if you have an IQ below 120, you are no longer a benefit to society. We're going to execute everybody who has an IQ below 120.
It's actually 83. Where are you getting that? Where are you getting 120?
I'm making up an arbitrary number, dude.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Just for fact, just so everybody, it's 83. You're not allowed in the military to. Yes, there's a lot of legalities around the
dude,
number.
I'm very aware of all this stuff. I'm raising the number above the like average is 100. You're retarded at 80.
Retarded as in like mentally
79.
disabled?
79. I believe it's 79 is where the
What
which
disability?
range you're looking at. The
Where are you getting that number from? Out of curiosity, because I have no idea if that's true or not. Where are you getting the number that 73 is for mentally disabled people? That's the average IQ for mentally disabled.
Well, at 85, you're considered slow, and at I think at 79. I researched this stuff years ago in IQs and like there's a comparison of IQ to mental maturity, a variety of different things. Anyway, if you for example you have an IQ of 85, you have even as an adult you have the mental equivalent maturity of like a 13-year-old from a decision-making executive function standpoint. But the point I was making before we went down this rabbit hole was, let's say that society, a bunch of elitists, right, decide that unless you have an IQ of at least 120, you are going to be removed from society. From an evolutionary perspective, we want to have only the best and the brightest. Therefore, everybody else is going to be removed from the equation. We're only going to keep the super smart people. Now, what's your position?
I'm confused.
How are you confused on this, man?
No,
this is very straightforward.
I'm just confused how to make a rebuttal. I'm not sure the point, the argument you're
okay.
laying out.
Okay. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Is the now the actions are now being taken for everybody who is an IQ below 120. They're now going to be executed.
People have an IQ over 120 won't be executed.
Dude, if you have an IQ under 120, you're going to be executed.
And we're talking hypothetically, and when you say executed, you mean killed, or you mean on an evolutionary scale,
Dude,
like you die off?
Are you playing a semantic game right now?
I don't know what you're saying by
what is your
executed.
IQ if you're actually not understanding how blunt and straightforward?
I don't know what you're saying by executed. Maybe you could clarify.
What does the word executed mean in relation to being removed from society from an evolutionary perspective?
Executed. Oh, so on an evolutionary perspective, you didn't say that. And if you did,
I've said it like 3 times now, and there's obviously historic precedent for this sort of thing with Nazi Germany, for example, and the USSR. So I don't think 120 wasn't the standard, but for slow people, obviously they were being removed from the equation, right? From a eugenics perspective, correct?
Yes. So you're saying, are you asking?
Okay. So are we going to play a bunch of every single aspect of a concept has to be clearly expressed to you, or do you have a high enough IQ to understand the point being made?
I don't think an IQ has anything to do with that. I think for the sake of clarity, that's why I'm kind of.
How much more clear if you have an IQ below 120? Elitists in the society who are in power have decided that for evolutionary reasons, you are going to be executed and removed from the equation.
In what ways? The governmental bodies are going to come find you and murder you?
Dude, the process has zero bearing on the intent and whether an action is justified or unjustified, or moral or immoral, or subjective or objective, in terms of what we're talking about in terms of free will.
Okay, but do you understand? My confusion comes from I don't understand what you are asking. Are you asking me? Do I agree with it?
I'm done with this guy. I can't take it. There's absolutely no point in conversing with people like him. Bye bye, bro. I'm done. Good grief. If anyone else wants to join, I'm going to do this for another 20 minutes and then you get to be productive.
Cool. It's nice that you do this early in the day, because having them late at night is basically turning everyone into zombies.
I don't understand how complicated what I was delineating was. I mean, that's about as straightforward as you can possibly be. And
I think his definition had the unnecessary component of having to be able to change your choice after you've made it. That makes free will impossible, because we can't undo a choice to verify that it was free or not.
Well, I get all that. That's part of the reason I went on do you have the choice to not do something? And this is where the conundrum, and this applies to some of like the experiments and stuff. Like, okay, I wasn't in some of the in some of those experiments. They were like, well, we couldn't prove that you we couldn't prove you had control over whether or not you did something in terms of like the action, if you took the action. But we were able to show that we weren't seeing anything that was deterministic in relation to not doing something. And that was one of the big conundrums of what they're facing. Like, oh, we're seeing all this brainwave activity leading up to the actualization of an action, all these different things. However, when people were making the decision to not do something, we saw nothing.
Well, they had the framework that they assume materialism. So, if you assume materialism, there's nothing outside of materialism, then yes, you have determinism. But since we're created in the image of God, and God sits outside of creation, there's a part of us that also sits outside of creation. Like when they're examining consciousness, and they examine the areas of the brain that are, say, responsible for lifting your hand or lifting your arm, they notice that the areas that are responsible for creating that action actually are active right before the action takes place. And that's what they refer to as precognition. And that, to me, reveals the fact that the body is an interface that the spirit uses to basically move in the space-time continuum. And the spirit is activating all these things. And it's not a result of the materials themselves. So there is free will in the spirit level.
Absolutely. Well, and I think part of the dance that LR was doing is an example of why, whether he knows this or not, but it's an example of why so many in the QM world want to find an explanation for the observer problem and the universal wave function. Like, it's one of the primary reasons, because if you're unable to circumvent the necessity for the collapse to require the necessity of an observer for the collapse to occur, you no longer can escape free will. you can't deny it at that point. It's like your reality doesn't exist without consciousness. If that is true, then you are whether it be on the micro level or ultimately on the macro level for God, there is the necessity of choice, not determinism.
I would say procedurally, most people don't have access to that experiment. So they just have to take the word of God at what it says, that we're created in God's image.
Yep. Sal, something you want to say on that? Oh, he's in time. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm having little computer problems. Actually, I was just panicking a little bit. I thought Standing for Truth's the other brother Sal is talking. I thought it's going to be at 4 p.m. Actually got pushed to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So false alarm.
Oh, yeah. On the, you're talking about for the flood. The flood topic.
Physical geology of the planet. So I probably will have to watch that on recording, because I committed to talk to Andrew Cumming tonight on my channel. I really do enjoy talking to the science students, because some of them, their heels are not as dug in, and I can say, okay, what did you learn in class? Let's talk about it. I think it's helpful to the viewers.
True. I think Andrew is pretty brainwashed, unfortunately.
I think a lot of people have gotten some really bad information, and I'm glad that he's showing interest in wanting to have a conversation with me. And just let me put it that way. I don't like to label people as brainwashed, because the connotation is just a little bit too negative. I think maybe I'm just grateful he's open to hearing another. So far, he seems open to hearing another viewpoint, and I do appreciate that. So,
man, he's still young, so it's worthwhile to try anyway.
Yeah, once they get to be 70 years old and an individual who shall not be named, and they've given their life to garbage, it's pretty hard to say, you know what, I lived my 70 years full life.
I am a strict materialist scientism Buddhist.
I was thinking about it. Atheism is a proposition. There's nothing procedurally about atheism that produces, the proposition. It's just a declaration, and it's a religion of propositions. Most of what they have to say are unprovable, no tangible connection to any procedural, deriving of what they're saying. So they just propagate this long chain of metaphysical reductions of reality.
Yeah, and then they kind of, they're kind of evasive, and they say, I just lack belief, and I'm just like, no, that's not the way you're behaving. You're acting as if I mean, that's what the problem with anti-theism is. Okay, they say atheism's lack of belief, therefore I'm going to impose that you not even think thoughts of God or teach it or discuss it.
Yeah, it presupposes the debate.
Yeah.
That's what they've done for themselves, and they're insisting you do the same.
Yeah. So they lack belief. So they say, but when in their heart, it's like, oh, it's not lack belief. We don't believe God exists.
They don't believe
we want to impose that on other people because we feel we're right. And that's the good thing to do.
And this is what I call spiritual engineering.
Yeah.
By Satan. because he's blinded them from the truth. They can't really receive the truth. You actually have to pray for an atheist for that blockage that Satan has put there to be removed first before they can start to be reasonable with you, because they're in lockdown.
Yeah, there are, there's spectrums of atheists. I feel bad lumping them together. They're the kind that are like the know-it-alls, and I'm going to impose my will on you, and I'll do it with violence. Even they're unfortunately getting more and more of those. But then there are, the people that are just her churchgoers that are really struggling, and at some point they lose belief. I mean, I never went that far, but I was getting kind of close.
Mm-hmm. Was it because you were in the environment too long? You just had too many of these clingy reductionists?
It's actually the church environment. The church environment started to drive me to atheism.
Because, the church,
I've often said this,
propositions as well.
I'd say this: churches in the USA have tended to be great atheist factories. They don't want to admit it, but look at the outcome of what they've generated.
Starting with the Roman Catholic Church.
Case in point, we have I don't know. Those of you who saw the interaction on or the great stream that SJ was having before this one. The Nathan is an example who Sal, you and I may be debating. He kept bringing up all these objections and reasons why he wouldn't believe in Christianity, et cetera, et cetera. And as an example, but I hear this all the time from them. When I listen to them talk about their reasoning, the majority of the objections and the reasons why they would never do it are not actually well, they're derived from stuff we're talking about with churches, right? Like these very legalistic aspects or denominational niches with very specific one concept taken to the extreme, and are now is like, oh well, if you're quote unquote Christian, then it means you insert talking point. You want homosexuals to be killed, right? It's like that's an outlier, right? Then because keep inserting talking point. If you actually think about them, the vast majority are things that are dramatically over dramatized or been taken to the extreme by a subset niche of XYZ denomination, and very often are not even remotely considered the norm by the vast majority of Christians.
Yeah.
And it comes back to a ignorance factor. And it's like, even people that claim to be all these quote unquote informed atheists, it's like, you're not actually informed in the scriptures. You're informed in man-made doctrines that are not necessarily actually they don't even exist in the Bible. And if you read it, you wouldn't even find them in there, but they're preached as dogma. And it's like, perhaps if you did a little more investigation versus the words of God versus the words of man, you might reach a different conclusion.
It's this ironclad encapsulation of scripture, and these outside concepts.
If I could say what nearly drove me, and it's not too different from what drove Charles Darwin. If we have a loved one who's dying and we're praying for them, and it seems that God doesn't even, it's like, Lord, can you heal them? Can you at least just say, okay, can I hear you audibly and say, hey, that's not going to happen, but, I care for you. So there are a lot of people, it's like, I'd really like assurance that God is there. Can he talk to me? And you don't hear him audibly. That's so rare. It's so rare that happens. Now, in my case, I actually did have a vision, and I still don't know what it was, way back, like when I was 12 or 13. I don't know what caused it. I don't think it was a hallucination. So I had that going for me. But when my dad was dying, I was like, Lord, it'd be kind of just reassuring if you could just show up I can call 911, at least I'll get a response, but this is really kind of frustrating. And I, I'm just saying, I get that, where there's some people that just, they can just be pushed emotionally to the edge, and you need something else to help you. And I'm realizing what the Lord gave us. When you're anxious, he said, consider the lilies of the valley, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. But I tell you, Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed as one of these. In the 21st century, that's the evidence of God. And it agrees with Romans 1:18 through 20, that we are assured of God's existence by the things that are made. And that's what turned me around.
I agree with you. And I've made that similar point to the atheists that demand, if God actually exists, he should show me. And I'm like, in coinciding with the point you're making, like, what do you mean? You now have more evidence for the existence of God now than anyone ever has at any point in history.
Yep.
You don't have excuse. You are willfully suspending or suspending any consideration of the evidence. And then beyond that, in many cases, you are using your God-given imagination to come up with ways to work around the obvious.
Yeah.
Or you people like LR who want to sit there, and it doesn't matter how plainly you state something, they want to keep coming up with some other hypothetical variation to circumvent. Do you or do you not have a choice?
Yeah.
It's part of that Hippocratical oath that scientists take, that they grant anything could happen. So you can't tie them down to any one thing. There'll always be another consideration besides anything that you might be presented with.
And this is why I make
it's like the original live Satan. Did God say? They're in this constant, perpetual question mode, where they can never come to a real defining answer.
Yeah, and again, I just want to say, I don't lump all atheists as equal. It's the anti-theists that really bother me. But there are people that were kind of on the edge like me, and it's like I wanted to believe. And I'll give you one of the hardest things I ever encountered, and it took me years to work through this. It left me speechless at the time. I used to witness to atheists at James Madison University. And by witness, I didn't really preach very much. I listened. And one of the college girls there at that atheist group was just tearing up because some of her friends said something insensitive. And I don't even know what it was, but she confessed to me and to some of the people kind of that, were at that gathering that were beside me. She said she'd been assaulted. You know what I mean? And I was just speechless. Of course, I expressed my sympathies, and it's like, man, how do I tell someone like this about the love of Jesus? And I went to God. I said, I really, and I still pray for this young lady. Sadly, I've totally forgotten what her name was. But I said, these are real world problems that people deal with, where they feel like there's no God. And it's been kind of my hope to kind of figure that out, because on the one hand, I've seen, I had all this intelligent design, and yet, here's this young lady that all her world that she knows is that bad things have happened to her. And she's just tearing up and just like, yeah, how do I share the love of Jesus with someone like that? And that's the kind of atheist that I am concerned with, because she expressed she wanted to learn more about Jesus, and I feel really bad that I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to reach out to someone like that. And that was some years ago, and I said I resolved that I'm going to try to learn. I'm going to try to find answers. So just briefly, in those cases, probably the best person to talk to someone like that is someone who's gone through it and has become a Christian or remained a Christian. There's jennifergreenberg.net. So I think that the best people sometimes to reach out to someone else is someone who's been in the same boat at one point in their life. But these anti-theists, they're very disturbing. But
The
not
ones
all
that come out of
atheists.
church are disturbing too, like Matt Dillahunty. But the Bible says God gives grace to the humble and he resists the proud. If you're a Christian and you're proud in heart, you're not going to experience a lot of grace in your life, and that may bring you to the point of faithlessness. So there is a logical or semi-subjective aspect to the whole idea discussion, but then there's this tangible heart problem that has to be dealt with. That's not necessarily logical. It's about submission.
Yeah. By the way, LPP, before I forget, wanted to thank you for filtering out people, because the list of people you toss are the people I'm tossing on my channel. You saved me the trouble, brother.
Yeah, what's crazy is like I'm usually very, I allow people a decent amount of rope. And it's like, but at some point, if you're just going to be myopic, and let's not waste our time. If you actually want to have dialogue and actually consider things cool, if we're going to play semantic, one of my biggest annoyances is people that want to just play semantics. It's like, that is an utter waste of time. If we're going to, every freaking word of a sentence has to be detailed, defined, examples given, clarification on 17 different levels. It's like, okay, if you're not smart enough to comprehend something this basic, then let's not waste our time.
You'd have to have a running glossary on the side of the screen, for these people.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when they want to come in and act like they're operating from an intellectual perspective. It's like, if you're going to act like a smarty pants, you better be able to back it up. If you're going to come in and act like you're Mr. Smarty Pants, and then you're going to act like an idiot, then see you later. Because then we're just playing an ego game. It's a complete waste of time.
Yeah, I think I've been like I said last time, I was listening to Keith Thompson's series on biblical interpretation, and he goes through all these different logical hang-ups that the church has when they read the Bible. And the same thing applies to these debates. There is a point when you know something, but you have to recognize it. There's ways of recognizing when you've actually derived information that's legitimate and information that's not legitimate. It's like exegesis as opposed to eisegesis. So the debates are plagued with these subtle shifts from propositions to procedural knowledge. And we have to admit, we don't have a lot of procedural knowledge when we discuss some of these issues. Like, I have none myself. I have propositions, and I have arrangement of propositions that, form logical arguments. It's like the discussion I had with you, Sal, when we were talking about the biotic message, when he talks about the 7 main points that evolutionists will gravitate to. If you try to pinpoint them on any one, they'll do a subtle shift from that to another and rhetorically upend you if you don't recognize that subtle shift. So I think there has to be more honesty when we talk, so that there can actually be progress. If all I have is propositions, I may as well state them as propositions. And if I'm gaining the ability to actually derive new propositions, or the ability to derive existing ones, then to be really convincing, I need to show that procedure. So.
No, I agree with you on that. One of the things I find kind of interesting in the prop logic side of the game is, it's like, I'm not saying this is only restricted to atheists, because it's not, but I've seen it be exacerbated. It's like they forget that deductive arguments still have like the premises of deductive arguments can be negated by induction, like and inductive evidence or inductively derived evidence, right?
Yeah.
And people
he
just
talks
forget
about that. He
and
talks
people
about
just
the difference
totally
between inductive and deductive. And he talks about inductive reasoning is not good, but inductive methodology is good, inductive process. And deductive reasoning is good, but deductive process isn't.
Right. Yeah, I agree completely. And it's like, but it's like people forget about this in debate, especially, right? It's like, oh, well, I have a valid and a sound deductive argument. And it's like, okay, cool, but induction shows that point A of premise 1 is false. So like you're collapsed. So I'm sorry, it's not. Well,
when they have a bunch of
you're just being inductive. It's like no. Well, hang on. Let's go back here and look about this. You're only using induction. I'm using deduction. And it's like, oh, good lord, they're interdependent. And then there's abductive. There's abduction and it's associated with all this too. And it's like anyway. Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off there.
So at some point when you want to call out a proposition, you have to somehow examine it procedurally. So that becomes the really defining point. I mean, really, on either side of the debate, is anyone equipped to do that? So there has to be, I think, you have to create, rather than, if you can't provide the procedure, then you have to somehow create a hierarchy of information. Something that leans towards truth more than, something else.
Well, and this is why I always, more adamantly making the statement. I've thought this way, but I'm like making a much more of a public position now that I'm becoming by the day, I'm becoming more and more in favor of cumulative case, and like not even like in my opinion, unless you're making cumulative case, you're guaranteed, especially in the modern era, you're guaranteed to fail. Because
induction, basically.
Huh?
You want to have induction, basically. You want to aggregate you want to accumulate evidence.
Well, no. I guess let me put it more different way. I think to achieve the objective, right, which in this context is to make it the reasonable conclusion that God exists, just as like a foundational premise, right? Mm-hmm. It requires a combination of deduction and induction, and it's the overall culmination of everything that can be accumulated to support the deductive arguments with inductive evidence. I guess would be the inductive process evidence. I guess would be the or inductively derived evidence to support the premises of the proposition, of the deductive arguments, and just trying to do them separately or individually, or only focus on one versus a cross section of all of your strongest pieces. Where things have gotten to with people being so hyper literalist and myopic and such, you're guaranteed to fail in terms of actually trying to achieve your objective, because they're just going to sit there and try and find one little thing. It's like, you got to think about it. Like, if they're willing to accept insane improbabilities for fine tuning of the universe, for example, and be like, well, yeah, there's no way that could happen just normally. Otherwise, the conclusion would be that it was designed. So let's go with infinite number of multiverses. Let's do that. Like, that's where we're going to go for, right? I'm just as an example, right? It's like, you're telling me that that's your conclusion for all these different things, just on the measurable points that are necessary, and then let's toss in the evidence for observer and the measurement problem. Oh, no. There must be, it's a many worlds. Let's go with the many worlds hypothesis for that one. everything's actually happening. Therefore, there is no actual choice being made.
So there's a lot of subtle shifting.
Right.
They basically can't. It's all metaphysics, so you can't pin them down because they have other options they can shift to, and they will start arguing from that point. If you're not aware of that, they beat you on the previous point. But if you discover what they've done, then you could beat them on that. But then they'll do a subtle shift to something else.
Right. And this is why I say, like, you ultimately got to present a kind of like the in court of law, right? Like, it's I'm going to make my opening statement with the top piece of evidence, and then closing statement with the most important, most proven pieces of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And then yes, at some point you may focus on a specific one in the middle, but try and keep it more towards the big picture, because you got to get in a court of law. Yes, in some cases, one singular piece of evidence may be the guilt or innocence, right? But more often than not, it's the accumulation of all of the different pieces of evidence that are submitted versus just one being the deciding factor in terms of beyond reasonable doubt, right?
Yeah.
And
so
that's
we're basically having legal arguments about science.
Well, I'm not necessarily legal. I'm thinking about more from like a strategic perspective, like a conceptual approach.
It really
to
speaks to the fact that, the format we're using right now could be expanded greatly to include all this data in a real-time representation so that you can sort of form the hierarchy in front of people. Once you pair points together and one ends up winning, then that one gets promoted visually. So at the end, you see what the winner was, based on all the points that were raised.
Right. Hey, everybody who's watching, looks like Graham is getting his stream ready. So the link is in the chat. So when we wrap up here, he's going to go live. So we're going to do a hop from SJ's to mine to Graham's. And then maybe when he's getting wrapped up, everybody hop over to SFT. Or actually, Sal's going to be doing something with Andrew at some point, I think, right?
Yeah, and I apologies to SFT. I thought it was at 4, and I actually said, hey, let's do it after SFT's show. And it's really right when it is. But there was a question about Shannon's theorem. Shannon actually, there is a consequence of Shannon's theorem that is very bad for abiogenesis. And it's pointed out in Trevor's and Abel's Chance and Necessity Don't Explain the Origin of Life. It's one of the few papers that actually got past peer review that was critical of origin of life. It cited Shannon's theorems. Not theorems, his ideas. There's a distinction between his broader class of ideas of information theory and the specific theorem that related signal to noise ratios. But the basic thing is that what Trevor's and Abel pointed out is if life were made with purely deterministic behaviors, there would be no Shannon degrees of freedom. You would just basically get a simple chemical reaction, like when you put hydrogen and oxygen together, light off a spark. You primarily get one species of molecule, which is water. In biology, when you take the ingredients together and you react them, you get an enormous variety. And so you have a large degree of Shannon information. And information is not really a good word. It's more possibilities, discrete outcomes. And because you have so many discrete outcomes, as a matter of principle, life is improbable because life occupies only one of those specific outcomes. A very small space of the specific, there are only certain ways you can implement the kind of life that we have. And that's a very brief and simplified description of how Shannon applies to it. I'm glad for the interest in Shannon because I really like talking about information theory.
And so you also
two-edged sword. Okay.
Well, and you also have to factor in Shannon. Obviously, his original paper was on purely the syntactic and the mathematical side of it.
It wasn't even the syntactic. It was
Well,
basically
initially it was just the math, right, and the probabilities, and then built on that from a syntactic perspective. But then the Shannon Weaver model did what? It took into account the fact that you must also, in terms of actual communication, right, versus just information theory. Now, for actual communication, you now have to account for semantics, and then pragmatics on top of that. So the interesting piece about all this, and I think in the abiogenesis aspect, what everybody wants to, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking in general, especially on the origin of life side of the equation, they want to try and argue that, oh, well, if we have Shannon information, then we can come up with a mathematical explanation for it. But then it's like, no. You still have to account for the semantic and the pragmatic components of it, which math can be applied, but they're not dependent on the probabilities. The necessity of the external value assignment, because you can do it for anything, right? Well, you can make it mean whatever you want in terms of before you actually send the message, and everything you're talking about now in terms of the probabilities in relation to the channel and the noise ratios and everything of that nature are separate from what is meant by the information being transmitted. And that's the part that they don't want to talk about, because even if you can account for was it the negatrophy and all that kind of stuff for to counter the second law of thermodynamics and all that kind of stuff, even if you can't account for that, you still aren't accounting for the specific information from a communication theory perspective. And that's what always gets me and that's why I talk about the semantic games all the time. It's like people don't. I think a lot of the OOLs and the atheists, some of the atheists on YouTube, maybe from an ignorance perspective, but they want to dodge what I'm talking about right now and how it applies to what you were talking about from the probability standpoint.
Yes. I'm going to give some links. Michael had asked about this. I'm going to say this. I like information theory, but it's a double-edged sword. I feel that the way James Tour argued the abiogenesis is the simpler argument, and go with the simpler if you can. If you have a simpler argument than thermodynamics and information theory, use that because it's clearer. You'll be less likely to be getting confused. I give some specific examples, like I ask, what has more information in the thermodynamic sense? A warm living human or a frozen dead mouse? A warm living human has way more thermodynamic entropy, and using Lewis's principle, it therefore has less information than a frozen dead mouse in the thermodynamic Shannon sense. And that's why you have to be very, very careful with this. And I just say, just go with James Tour's arguments. It's simpler. There is a role for information theory in the understanding of biology. I will be posting on that. It has to do with bioinformatics and structural biology. It's a very exciting ID field, but suffice to say, I like very simple arguments. If you're going to argue abiogenesis, information theory and thermodynamics are very, very advanced. I have 3 shows on that, and I'm going to try to show you just what you're wading into. You may have, you may be surprised how deep thermodynamics and information theory goes. And I tried to actually deliberately say, this is what it's all about. Think carefully before you weigh into some of this, because it is very difficult material. James Tour was much more accessible. So I'm posting links right now.
Procedural. Like he was limiting what he was talking about to this procedural aspect. He was trying to get away from, reducing things unnecessarily and just expanding upon the simplicity that is in that realm.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I did on my thing with this is a portion of my presentation with my interaction with Dr. Danny Boy, and it's something that a gigantic percentage of people do not even think about, and this is this is why I say you have to account for communication, not just the basics of information theory. And that's why I was like, get into like what is a code and all these different things. And this is, I think this is a great example here. So when you talk about code mapping, which is what we have in relation to every type of communication that we know of, and obviously in biology it applies, right? But you've got if you see here, you got like mapping. So you've got 3 cities, and you got city B, and it's going to send a message to city A about what the weather is like in that particular day, right? So you've got 4 options. You got sunny, rainy, cloudy, and foggy. And your probabilities in this context are 1/4, 1/4, and 1/4 for all of them, right? So now, if I'm going to assign values to it, if I'm doing city C to city A, right? We're going to do a different context, right? So in there, it's sunny, rainy, cloudy, windy, but the probabilities are 1/8, 1/8, 1/4, and 1/2. So now I've got a higher likelihood of so having the sum, everything being the same, I've got a difference in probabilities. So I now want to map out the most efficient code for this one. So now windy, it's going to be windy half the time. So I'm going to assign a 0 to equal windy. Now 1/4 of the time it's going to be cloudy. So I'm going to do 1 0. Rainy is, I'm going to do it 1 1 0, and then sunny is 1 1 1 0. So when you look at this, you're creating a more efficient. So you got 1 7/8 bits per message on this context by doing a different structuring of the same information, but based on foreknowledge of the probabilities, I'm going to change how I map out the code. Now, if I did the same type of mapping for city B, city A, even though the probabilities are different, I'm actually increasing the number of bits, 2.5, by following the exact same path. Mapping out with the different probabilities. And this is where efficiency comes into play, and something that doesn't get talked about very often anyway, in relation to genetic codes, is they're now recognizing that they are optimized or code mapped in like an optimized in the extreme. And what I was just showing there, and real quickly, in terms of city B to city A versus city C to city A, and how you mapped out that code. That's a very dumbed down example of what I'm talking about in terms of efficient and optimized code mapping. And it's things that just people don't think about. And it's like, hey, how do you account for the more efficient code mapping unless you have foreknowledge of the frequency and the necessity and the probabilities of the message being sent, or messages are going to be sent. So when you think about this, what do we observe in biological systems? We have different codon biases directly in relation to different types of organisms that directly correlate with the most frequently used components.
Right.
How does that work? Right. Like we have if optimized code, and then from there we have the probabilities accounted for based on the frequency of use, just like in the example I gave. Would anybody ever conclude that if we know that it is more windy than sunny in city A than versus city B, who is going to assign the more efficient code value without having knowledge of that? You're not. You have to have, otherwise it would just all be the same, right? Or you do it equal or whatever. Like, why would you do this?
And it'd be non-functional if it wasn't that efficient.
Right. I mean, it gets so, and that's why, to me, when you really start to go down these rabbit holes and really contemplate this stuff, and I'm not making this stuff up. Like, this is well-established concepts. Public in peer-reviewed journals from atheist researchers trying to figure out a way to account for this. Like, it's published out the wazoo. And
yeah, they reduce it to randomness over time, but that's not the answer to all things. I mean, what does that actually procedurally? What does that actually answer? You know?
Yep. Okay, folks, I've got to wrap up. I got to be somewhere at 5, so I believe. I just realized, man, time flies. All right, so Graham is starting his stream over on his channel. Where did I find that link? I'm going to publish it again. I think that's the link to his channel. So link is in the description if you want to bounce over to his channel. Sal and Jeremy, you got any final words before we wrap up?
Thank you very much for this discussion. It's always very encouraging and inspiring, and I look forward to more of these.
For sure.
Great seeing you, Jeremy.
Great seeing you. Great seeing you, John.
Same to you guys, and appreciate everybody for hanging out with us for a while. Like we waited 4 hours and 2 minutes. Wow. All right, so hope everybody has a great day. Head up over to Graham's, go to SFT's and Sal's channels. They're all having great conversations on a variety of interesting topics. And as I always like to say throughout the course of all these things, is as you contemplate the fundamental necessities for your very existence, and you contemplate what they mean for your future, for potential eternity, and then ultimately how you view the world, make sure that the conclusions you reach are logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody.